Yeah, I'm not annoyed at all. Don't worry. This is totally fine.
John Stewart, please.
Hey Natalia, yeah, thank you so much for coming on. As Sojo said, and I've been listening to your stuff in between, or while people have been talking. And for anybody who's not um, checked checked it out or tuned in yet, I've got to say you really should, because it's some very 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 beautiful music. Um, and lots of stuff's been raised that made me, I don't know, raised thoughts. The idea of the peace proposal, whatever it is, uh, that's come up. You know, music does have a kind of inbuilt bias for peace movements and things, and lots of great music songs are directed at peace and sort of anti-militarism. But people often don't realize there's a great tradition of martial music as well. Um, the biggest selling record in America, the first number one in America about the Vietnam War, was the Ballad of the Green Berets by Barry Sadler, which was supporting the troops in Vietnam. And I guess the same tradition is true in classical music as well. And you can understand why those biases are there, but um, it's important to recognize music can be a sort of a motivating force to do things as well. And the, the emotional side of it is, it really does connect to our brain chemicals. The oxytocin rush you get um, from singing in harmony with other people, it's beaten only by breastfeeding, actually, science suggests. So yeah, I think it's great we're discussing this, and I just wondered, A, would you come back, and B, do you have other friends in Ukraine who are musicians who you could tell about the space who you think might want to come on? I'd love to chat to Antti Tila uh, here, or anybody you can think of that would be cool for that.
I mean, they're pretty busy, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure so many artists would love to come here, and obviously, I would like to come again. So yeah, I am I am sure. Yeah, I'm sure happy people in Ukraine are happy to talk to people who support them.
I think, Natalia, the key is that we like to make sure that we can tell the stories. Because if we fail to raise the voice of Ukraine and bring the anecdotes of human beings, their stories, their feelings, and their experiences to bear upon the public space, then Ukraine gets cast by the wayside by the news cycle, which is why I so much appreciate that you have taken the time today. And it's absolutely vital that we have more artists, from novelists to those who write poems, musicians, and the likes with us. And composers obviously are a very valuable and important part of that. So thank you. Spread the good
No,
news, please.
I will, and thank you so much for having me, and thank you for doing all the work, because I know why I'm talking about this, and I really appreciate all all the people, all the foreigners who are very very involved, and you know yeah, who care about this, who care about Ukraine. We're actually very very grateful to everyone who does.
Axel, I had a quick follow up, if that's okay.
Shoot.
It was about the education side that Sojo raised, and the Suzuki method is fantastic. It's a great combination of old technique and new, more sort of liberal approaches to education. But I wonder if your thoughts, Natalia, on Ukraine. I think it sits at a particular place between East and West. And you mentioned the old Soviet traditional education, which is the kind of thing they do in China and other countries like that that are more conservative culturally. In the West, sometimes in terms of classical education, we've drifted away from that. Children aren't taught to read music anymore. Classical music departments in universities are closing left, right, and centre because first it was easier to play fretted instruments, and now it's easier to just go on a computer and be a rapper. So I wonder if you realize just in what a special place Ukraine is right now, because not only is it the focus of the world, but culturally you're in between that sort of old world traditional music education that you might have had and the new world, more liberal, anything goes education, where those disciplines have been lost for many people. So in that respect, you're in quite a special position culturally. I don't know if that, because I know you're in UK, I believe you're in UK. I don't know if you've noticed that at all, or if that's something that's come across your own experience in terms of how classical music is kind of being lost a little bit in this country.
Oh, I definitely agree. Like, I am partly grateful for the harsh music school I had to go through, because I agree that, in the West, unfortunately, um, yeah, as you said, the classical school has been slightly not lost, but um, less important. And I just think it doesn't do well, because you can't raise a generation of musicians if they are not work if they didn't work hard and they don't know what hard work is. Because I think the only reason I'm in this position now, and not only because I am Ukrainian and all of a sudden people want to talk to me, but also because I know what hard work is. And I think it's still very important to know what hard work is in order to be a good musician or composer, or yeah, anything actually.
I do firmly believe that when this is done, people in Ukraine will find they're in a really important position in that respect, because it's a Western-facing nation and they're battling for the Enlightenment values and progressive values, but there are some elements of more traditional education that have evaporated in some parts of the West, that I think you are benefiting from. So you'll be an important voice going forward. I genuinely believe that, because the people of Ukraine have both sides, and that you can see that self-discipline in their response to this incredible trauma. It's phenomenal. I couldn't imagine the United Kingdom defending itself the way the Ukraine has done over the past year. Um, and I think people are starting to realize that, and going forward, I think it's going to be an important thing to recognize and to fight for continually, that kind of the values that you have, that you bring, as well as the values that Ukrainian people are fighting for.
Yeah, you may be right. We will see. I mean, I definitely agree on that. So yeah, we'll see.
Sergio?
Thank you, Darman. I've actually forgotten my initial. No, I haven't. It's come back to me. But John, I think there's a difference between. I'm not sure how you know the Suzuki method, but they do teach. Reading notes and stuff, but it comes later. It comes after, sort of like teaching the kids like a sort of muscle memory kind of thing with music and playing music, and it does come. But the difference is, in here within the Suzuki culture here in Denmark, anyway, I can only speak of that because I only know of that, is that there isn't that pressure on the kids. So if they enjoy the music and if they enjoy playing, so then they go on to the music academies, etc., etc. So it isn't necessarily one thing or the other. Natalia, I remembered what I did want to comment on. You said much earlier about how people outside of Ukraine have viewed Ukraine as a part of like Soviet Union and being a part of Russia. And I think actually from February last year, the one good thing that has come out, the one positive thing, if you can call it that has come out of Russia's invasion, aggressive war in Ukraine, is that people have become aware of Ukraine as an area with certain cultures. And I actually think also people have become more aware of the fact that, you know, that Russia is actually still an empire which has taken over certain cultures, and have become more aware of the different cultures and the different peoples that reside within the Russian Federation as it is now, and not only just the Soviet Union. So there's some hope there for, I think, a general kind of knowledge of and an acceptance of Ukrainians as Ukrainians, if you understand my meaning.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, I think that you know, the way the West responded to the war in February is, you know, it's been amazing. I have to say, I personally didn't expect it to be this positive. I remember on the morning of the 24th of February, even, you know, like weeks leading to the invasion, I was receiving texts and emails from friends and colleagues, just, you know, saying, you know, just saying how worried they were and how, you know, sympathetic and supportive they were. So, yeah, I think um, it's amazing how the West reacted in February. But still, you know, we are dealing with this now because it was ignored for many, well, let's say definitely for 8 years and for decades before.
Absolutely.
But I mean, we're very grateful to our Western allies and friends. So, you know, if we criticize them sometimes, it's only because yeah, we don't really we don't mean to criticize. I mean, we do mean to criticize certain countries, but Denmark and UK are definitely not among them. So
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Sandra. I have to say, you know, with all this talk of the Suzuki method, I find it rather dear. What with the prices of palladium these days? I mean, what the heck? Okay, this was aimed at all of our chemist friends around here. Wendy, go ahead.
Thank you, Dobrin. Yes, very good, that one. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you for taking the time to come up and speak to us today. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here. There's that quote, each time you play music, it becomes new. And I think the music of Ukrainian composers and your own music will play a vital part of Ukraine's future, and how it cares for the survivors of this war and invasion. And we wish you all the very best, and please do come back anytime. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava, thank you, and hope to talk to you soon. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye.
Thank you, Natalia.
Ciao.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Natalia here with us, Natalia Tsuprik, a Ukrainian composer currently in
London. Thank you for joining us for this segment, and I think Kobe will be flying up for a change of gear. Now we are not going to go into reverse, and none of the 4 reverse gears that the AMX-10 RC battle tank, as it's currently referred to. No, it's not. I'm sorry.
But we can report something else, Dorman, if we
But
like.
we can report something on is it something on a small furry foresty creature? Hey.
No, we can report something else if you like. It just came out.
What else?
Well, I'm posting it just now. Let me just press the bloody button, and then we'll take it from there. If you want, I can add you to it so that you have it right away. Okay.
If it's about mothers, I already have it.
No, it's not about mothers.
Oh.
Different animal.
Different animal.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So, friends of ours, in the same editing office or editorial office of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, have just reported about 5 minutes ago that the relentless pursuit of the otherwise intransigent Chancellery, and not in this instance the offices of the minority partners in the coalition, meaning the Greens and the Free Democrats, have yielded a statement by someone in the Chancellery's office, which I presume would be, in this case, Mr. Schmidt, because otherwise nobody else would be authorized to say anything. It's hard to imagine anybody else saying a word without the Chancellor having, with or without contrition, stated something. But the affected statement, as the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung is allowed to quote, is that Berlin announces a qualitative new step with weapons deliveries. Now, this cannot mean Marders, because the Marders, upgraded as they are significantly inferior to the CV90s, which are supposed to be coming. And they do not have the kind of capacity in terms of gunnery as the little anti-tank armored vehicle from the French. And they do not, in any shape or form, compare to the Bradleys. So something else has been brewing, and that coincides with news which has come out in the last 48 hours that a number of Ukrainian troops have been trained already on gunnery for other animals. The interesting statement here is, however, not that it's a qualitative new step, but, and now it comes, that Germany, and how they always say it, America, sorry, Canada, Germany and America are planning that qualitative step up in weapons deliveries to Ukraine. It seems that there is an epiphany coming. But please.
Meow. Meow.
Meow.
Meow.
It's a whole zoo here. Colby, save me from these animals.
It's a menagerie. Ironically, you're asking Kobe, who's the only one with a non-human avatar.
Sure, come back to me. I'm trying to read the article that Axel just shared.
All right, Alan.
Okay, so I don't know if it has been mentioned, but I have a theory. And I think that we should give some more compliments to Mr. President Biden, because I'm starting to connect some threads here. Macron was in the US about 3 weeks ago, and not much was said. Not long after, we had some voices about Bradleys, and yesterday the big news broke out from France. I think something will settle there. That's my theory. What do you think, Axel?
Yeah, I think it is definitely a coordinated step up. And France, whilst it could have said something, but could have made a different statement, everybody knows that the Leclercs really are not the tanks we need. So they gave something which is valuable and can be sensibly employed by the Ukrainians. The question is how many of those little anti-tank killers they are providing. The key thing, I believe, is still that the Americans have decided quite some time ago, as it seems, to deliver the Bradleys. And the Bradleys need a proper main battle tank to go along. And if the number of Bradleys is smaller, then we may see more CV-90s. If the Germans now try to wiggle out by only delivering a few Marders, meaning those Marders which have already been prepared on the industry side, that won't do it. And the only good thing about such a procrastinating step would mean that the German government is about to fall.
Listen to another thing, Axel. The U.S. Army is currently they're gonna select a new infantry fighting vehicle, right? And the
Yes.
CV-90 is one of the favorites in that regard. The U.S. demands that some of this will, I think,
with a
they will
40
have,
millimeter gun.
yes, with a 40 millimeter gun and on an autonomous system that the CV-90 already exists, but no one has bought it. And the platform is it's tested. That's the only of the proposed 5 contesters that have a battle-tested platform. I think it's gonna win because it's a BA Systems, Hägglunds conglomerate, and the US wants a production line in the US. That means a lot more room for producing new ones will happen. So that's great. That will, free up some of these Swedish planners' panics about the capacity of Hägglunds factory in northern Sweden. Let's hope they're going to add a third factory somewhere in Europe.
But if the US buys them, they will insist that BA and our friends in Scandinavia will open up a factory in the US, and that's fine.
Yeah, and also investments will rise a lot. They will probably have 10 times the finances they have right now, and there shouldn't be a problem opening another production line in Europe. So those 150 wagons that Sweden plans to upgrade within the next 6 to 10 years, it's not now, it's within the 6 to 10 years, they can just be donated and new ones could be built. That's my take on this. But the US needs to, of course, award the contract to BAE Systems and Hägglund first.
Yeah, just open another production line somewhere else. Sorry, Axel.
Exactly. Sorry, I'm still waiting for Andriy Yermak to come out with a message.
Rocket explosion, palm tree, something like that, right?
Nah.
But Axel,
German and American flag, a leopard in the middle, and a proper solid biceps on the right, and then the Ukrainian flag.
But Axel, let's think on a little bit bigger politics here. Isn't this the time when big leaders get together and plan out our wartime economy, which we need to transition to? I'm talking about not just CV-90s and all other things. Artillery shells production in Europe, it's a problem. And all other systems, really. Shouldn't the US try and get a meeting of the Coalition of the Willing to plan this out?
That's a country-specific thing. The U.S. military budget isn't based on what everybody else spends.
No. I'm not saying that, but we should agree all upon, increasing our spendings, guaranteeing the investments of certain production lines that lack the financing. the US did its part. It's up to the rest.
By chance, that vehicle you're talking about, that's not the one that AM General is already a part of, is it?
No, the US has 5 contenders for their new infantry fighting vehicle, and one of the requirements is that it should be autonomous. It is only the Lynx and the CV90 that already had a program before the US started this on an autonomous infantry fighting vehicle. So it would be an IFV that can, if need be driven remotely. It's not supposed to operate remotely. Let's say the driver gets kicked out or not operable anymore. The vehicle is supposed to be maneuverable from a distance. That's the main requirement of this new infantry fighting vehicle. The Swedes are the only one that has a tested platform and combat tested platform. The Lynx is also a contender that has a system that works, but it's never been in battle. And yeah, we know that the Lynx has some problems, right, Axel?
That's an understatement.
And then there are 3 other American contenders, and I've been looking at the data, and it's absolutely not comparable. So if they choose one of those, it's because of some contract issues with one of the European providers, to be honest.
Well, don't count the U.S. companies out yet. Just because they aren't built doesn't mean that they wouldn't win the contract because of what they can produce. They just probably have not fielded a model as of yet, considering the things that the government may want and the things that the government may be adding on, because that's a lot of what happens. The government adds on a lot of other things into the project while it's being designed, and they're probably trying to maximize or minimize the number of changes that go on after the project's settled.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this, but it's internal use politics, right? So
yeah, pretty much.
It's not it's not really a tender, is it? It's more of a political thing.
Well, I mean, it's part tender because we don't know who's going to build. I mean, I don't know what the contenders are. If it's General Dynamics, Chrysler, AM General, or Oshkosh, which have been the big 3 for a while.
Yeah, it's Oshkosh and General Dynamics and some unknown, I think, and Rheinmetall and BAE Systems, which is then BAE Systems Hägglunds.
Kitty.
Wow, wow.
Yeah, and you can already see a lot of German wishful experts in the middle saying, "Oh no, it's just the Marders. It's probably just the Marders because we can't give more." It's so funny. I love it. But then again, the dam is breaking. They're toast. The ask from Ukraine was clear. They wanted from Germany Leopard 1s and Marders, knowing that the Germans don't want to give any Leopard 2s away. They want Leopard 2 ammunition. They want Leopard 2 training. They want the third party or third country re-export release, and they want the release for industry. If that's the case, that's a mobility and firepower package which gives the whole coalition enough to do. The Germans can excel in training, in ordnance support and supplies, and Rheinmetall and Krauss-Maffei can do their thing in terms of upgrading the rest of the fleet. That's exactly what needs to happen.
Breaking news.
What?
We figured out how they did it. They are amending the Treaty on Conventional Forces in Europe And they're making an exception that says a Leopard 2 is not a battle tank, it's not a Kampfpanzer, it is an armored humanitarian vehicle. So there is no basis for the Germans to keep denying it anymore, because it's not a tank. It has been decided so in law. It's figured out. It's going to get re-ratified. Russia stepped away from the treaty anyway. Everybody else agrees it is a bypass to the Scholzi.
I love your irony and your sarcasm, but then again, there's no such Lord of War kind of playfulness as to unmount the missiles from the helicopter and ship them separately. There's no need for this kind of borderline bureaucratic say, escalation of wording. It's just not necessary. This is a simple thing. As I said, layer 1s, Marders, plus industry release of re-export for layer 1s and 2s for third countries. That's it.
Hey, Axel, does the export licenses also cover parts and supplies? Well, I mean, parts and different things to that go with it that you would need.
Yes. Everything which is considered to be an integral part of the weapon system. I mean, there's a couple of small parts, bits and pieces you could say are essentially industry. So valves for the engine, for example, are not the thing. But everything which is an integral part of the weapon system is considered to be falling under the re-export license, which is why this whole dang thing needs to be signed. This is not difficult if you think about it. It's a very simple bureaucratic act.
I do hope some of these future contracts, like I was talking about once before, have a clause in there in case countries are at war. They wouldn't. This license would only cover certain things, but instead of a certain contract, it covers the entire lot that they buy. Maybe only the non-NATO contingent, maybe saying an exception for non-NATO, a cache that's non-NATO. So if they buy 100, say 30 or 40 are considered NATO.
What on
that?
earth was that?
It was a leopard.
Are we in an MGM film?
Mr. M, you are perfect. We need to work on the timing of this, but
That's Wendy, right?
I swear that was my phone.
no. Okay, so first was Mr. M, then there was Wendy. What are you all doing with your soundboards today? Okay. All right. I think we need to park the zoo for a second. This is getting out of hand. Colby, can you please save us? Have you read the article?
Yeah, I have read the article. So hopefully this is leopards that they're talking about and not just a confirmation of Bloomberg's reporting on the martyrs. It's long overdue, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, I think the discussions are still happening in Berlin at the moment. Somebody feels really under pressure because the Americans want the whole kit and caboodle, and the Social Democrats are still trying to wiggle.
Yeah, hopefully President Biden's phone call with Chancellor Scholz today is what pushes it over the top finally.
Gosh, just imagine if somebody were to give him a straight talk express.
Axel, you want to make this call?
It's way above my pay grade, and I unfortunately have no rights in the US. But there you go. I fully support the White House in making the right call. I tend to trust my American counterparts.
Ireland.
Yeah. So, Axel, if they finally send those, I am so happy also for every, German that works at Rheinmetall, because they would be able to actually build a number of Leopard A8s. And I don't believe that really exists yet, but it looks really awesome. And I don't want us to buy those damn K2s from Korea.
I told you. I mean, as much as I appreciate, and really, I sincerely do, the engineering and the prowess and the dedication and the commitment to excellency and quality production, South Korean industry has shown, specifically in terms of their capacity build. I mean, high quality passenger vehicles and the likes, ships specifically, but many other goods. Absolutely stunning. But hey, their tanks and their artillery are built for a purpose, and that purpose I subscribe to is their national defense, and hopefully at some point in time taking back the full and of Korea and unifying it. But there is kit specifically designed for this case. We know what it is, where it is, how much there is, and what it can do.
I don't know if you've been close to a nice Leo 2 in full gear running across a field, but the rumblings of those things are that's impressive. It is really impressive. It's a monster.
I have seen them operate. We had them also on where we were stationed. We had, I believe, four pieces of them. Don't go ahead.
Actually, I got a question. You mentioned they're built for a purpose. The Korean ones, the K2s. Would you agree that Korea is the last place in the West that really understands how the sheer volume of conventional arms, even if not of the highest possible conceivable quality, can sometimes be very important and very necessary?
Sure, of course. Absolutely. They know it because they know what's facing them.
Right? They have a count of the howitzers that the North Koreans have. It's really that simple.
They have fairly good data as to what's facing them, yeah. The worst part is not just the howitzers. I mean, you have to understand that if you look at the zone and the reach the North Koreans have in terms of both their conventional as well as their rocket artillery, literally everything which is currently high tech and important in South Korea can be targeted easily. So that is why this conflict is frozen, because South Korea decided to continue operating most of its economics and politics in the north, close to the DMZ. I mean, had they gone to Busan, it would be completely different.
Japan is waking up as well, Domin.
Yeah, but Japan doesn't tend to produce as much as it simply purchases, right? I think there's a little bit of a difference there in the way they go about it. Whereas South Korea really is, because of their land border, reliant much more heavily, much more like some other countries used to be, say Germany in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, on domestic production.
Yeah, no, I understand this and I appreciate this, but where are you going with this?
No. I am going exactly where we are now. I'm not going anywhere beyond that. I'm just trying to elucidate to those who might be listening, who are thinking, so why are the South Koreans making all this stuff for them to more easily understand this? I'm just dragging a few sentences extra out of you here, just so that everybody has a clear understanding of it.
I think what South Korea would be good at, and that is what Erlen was leading up to earlier, this is
artillery shells.
Exactly, to produce artillery shells. And they could produce artillery shells in the same kind of quality and capacity as required. They could also, if an agreement could be struck finally, assist in producing more of the ammunition for the Gepard, for example. That is something which is absolutely key. And there's, unless we can solve the Swiss pro-truth gold, pro-Russian money, I wish neutrality were relevant kind of conundrum. Unless that is solved, somebody else has to produce it. And current capacity in north of Europe is not sufficient. Rheinmetall has not found sufficient amount of supplementary capacity, as I understand. But the South Koreans could actually do it.
It's just it's a matter of how pushing industrial capacity and how turning industrial capacity up works, right? If you want to increase your production by 20, 30, 40%, that's one thing. If you're trying to increase it by 100, 200, 300, 400%, that's a much steeper hill to climb. And simply because South Korea produces a lot for the purposes of the training of its large conscript military, as well as to keep replenishing and keep updating the current stocks of their artillery shells, right? They do not need to turn up the production by anything like as high a proportion as a European country would to produce the same amount of shells. Therefore, asking them very nicely and saying, for the next 10 years, we will buy a certain volume of artillery shells from you if you ramp up production now in the short run by 30, 40%, and we can buy those 30, 40% extra. That would be a very good way to help sustain the Ukrainian efforts on the front right now. Because they need those artillery shells, because this is a large-scale conventional conflict. And this is a large-scale conventional war with mass exchanges of artillery, something that has not been seen outside of the two world wars.
So
how
many 155s do the Ukrainian army estimatedly use per week now?
No idea. I have no idea how much South Korea is producing.
No, not produce. Sorry, consume.
In Ukraine.
In Ukraine.
So the numbers vary, but I think you're looking at something like low 5 digits of 155 shells, mid 5 digits of all artillery shells together on a weekly basis by Ukrainians. Russia consuming, I don't know, many times more.
So per week, about 100,000 shells?
In Ukraine, no, maybe 35, 40,000, maybe, according to various bits of reporting recently by the Wall Street Journal and others.
And Russia is above 100,000.
Russia consumes every 2 days what Ukraine does in a week, roughly based on the last 5 articles I've read on this. I don't know if it's true, but they still shoot more. They just shoot a quarter as much as they did before HIMARS took out all of their ammo dumps. So that's a big difference.
So 10,000 shells is like 3-4 days of Ukrainian consume.
Axel, do you have better numbers?
No, I don't. I'm just trying to verify something. Not quite sure whether I can make heads or tails of this. Hmm.
Because I'm just
Daryl, how long does it take? Daryl, sorry, Alan, unless you have the answer. Daryl, how long does it take to repaint a Bradley?
Few hours. But if they tape it up, do all of that, give it 6 hours. Because you got to let that. They have a special paint on them, and that special paint has to completely dry and fumigate because it's got a lot of cyanide in it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So essentially, you need a full day for the dang thing to actually stand outside somewhere, and that's it.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I mean, it's quick dry, but yeah, you want that stuff before you put it anywhere else closed off. You want it to completely have that paint completely dry.
Yeah, there are trains full of Bradleys going through various rails, passing from Germany through Poland.
We talked about this last night, me and George, about the paint schemes and whatnot.
No, the reason why I asked about the numbers of shells, Domen, is because, for instance, Nammo in Norway, they say they can double their monthly production with about 100 million euros of investment. And apparently the current production is about 15,000 shells a month. So it shouldn't take a lot of money.
15K a month.
Yes.
Did it go from 1.5 to 30 or from 7.5 to 1.5?
I'm not sure because they probably already did increase their production since they started, or since they said this 100 million euros is what we need to double our production. So I don't know from what number that was. But anyways, it doesn't seem like it takes a whole lot of investment for Europe to be sustainable and supporting Ukraine. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, that's a good point, Alan. I think,
and that's one factory. You know, how many are
so
they?
okay, so the US is gonna produce, lots more shells. Europe is gonna produce quite a lot more shells. I think I've seen some numbers that say that's not gonna be enough, without dipping very heavily into existing stocks, which is the right thing to do. This is why, as far as I'm concerned, it's so much more important for Ukraine to get more ground fighting vehicles quicker, lots of, because I don't want to see the situation where both Russia and Ukraine are running out of shells. Because the one that runs out of shells a little bit before the other is not in a good place. So I would like the deck to be massively stacked in Ukraine's favor, with just, kings and aces throughout. And I want them to get, all of the ground fighting gear, so they can, with the shells that are easy to supply, just push and kick out the Russians. Artillery be damned.
That would be a nice sight, or would it?
Right? It's, you need all of it, but it's just, it's like this. If you have, 200 spades, you can do some digging. But if you have 200 spades and 100 pickaxes and 50 hoes and 5 JCBs, you can do a lot more digging. And you don't have to do all the digging the same way. You can do, there's several ways to dig a trench, I guess. Let's make this a little more, more than the cat one. I think it's a better simile. So let's do that then. give them just stack up what you can, because tanks are also good.
I see Jörn.
Yes, we've been yearning for Jörn. Jörn, go ahead. You've heard that like a million times before, haven't you?
Jörn.
Jörn?
He is pining for the fjords.
Well, you guys were meowing earlier, but when I hear yearning for Jörn, I purr. So that's nice. One comment about the 155 ammo, because I've been pushing this thing with NAMO. I spoke to a former minister yesterday, and he couldn't understand, former labor minister yesterday, and he couldn't understand why the current government hadn't answered their call for. They've asked specifically for 60 million euros to build a new production line. And even though that could take some time, the NATO stocks are dangerously low, but NATO country hearing that they're building more production lines in Europe would give them courage to go even lower in their own supplies by giving to Ukraine. So I think that's good with a double bottom. So everyone that has this kind of production capacity in their countries need to push the government to build more, or their companies to build more. But I also had a general question, because I've been on and off. I've been on some conferences yesterday, so I wasn't able to hang out here as much as I'd like. But I hear many references to stuff happening with both tanks and IFVs and both Bradleys and Marders and CV90s and stuff. Could someone just sum up what's going on? Are there just rumors, or anything confirmed? What's going on?
I can sum up. I can tell you the whole lore of this, which is yesterday the French sent something called an AMX-10RC, which is a nothing and everything. It's a camel. It is as though a committee got instructions on all the properties a vehicle has to have, and they just forgot to mention some of the other things. So it has wheels, not tracks. It has 4 forward gears, but also 4 reverse gears, so it can go backward really quickly. Insert your own French joke here. It has a main tank gun, but it has the armor of an IV-ish. Right? It's a fantastic idea. It's kind of like if you take the CV90 with the tank gun prototype that came out at some point and just put it on wheels. It's basically that, which is fantastic, because what it did is it engendered a lot of discussion all over the internet. So much so that even the German government couldn't hide from it anymore. So earlier today, it led to a member of the SPD, a parliamentary member of parliament from the SPD, to say, the French didn't do anything. They're just provoking us. It's just a cheap provocation, because they basically sent some of their dingoes. And you know what a dingo is in the German Bundeswehr? It's like a smaller Humvee with a machine gun strapped to it. Yeah, right. Which made the SPD finally completely embarrassed. And at this point, they could no longer stand up to the American and their European partners when everybody said, nope, it's time, send the Madas. Now, there is a suggestion that they might have cracked them completely and Leopards are going to be going as well. And if that happens, I will be very happy. But at the very least, it seems very assured that at the very least, Germany will send Madas, which is good. There we go. That's the
and for our Australian listeners, the dingo ate my baby.
Okay, so it's more of a Russian tool, because they go after the babies.
So yeah, whatever that French thing is, call it whatever you want to, but it opened the door to all the rest of the stuff. Also, apparently, there's strong rumblings from the German media that Washington and Paris didn't inform Berlin about AMXs and Bradleys because they were apparently caught something as though by surprise, which is just fantastic, isn't it? There you go, Daryl. Also, yeah, there were 3 separate reports that Bradleys are coming yesterday from various bits of the U.S., including the president, including the Pentagon, including White House. So, and Budanov, the very model of a modern major general who celebrated his birthday yesterday. Kirilo Budanov, head of Ukrainian military intelligence, in an interview yesterday said, "Yeah, we're awaiting Bradley." And then there was the president asked President Biden, and President Biden said, "Yeah, probably. We're talking about it." 3 hours later, a White House staffer went as far as saying, "Yeah, they might be announced in a package as early as this week." So that really put the screws to the German government. Finally, a combination of domestic and international pressure hopefully finally got to them. Oh, and by the way, Jan, friends of the space, Ate Hariane and Anders Adlerkreutz are in Euronews today with their initiative. So it is spreading. It is spreading like wildfire, but in a good way. All right, Daryl, I think I've done as much as I can.
You're doing a good job, gentlemen. You're doing a good job. I just had a question for Jorn. That when you say dangerously low, do you mean that they are getting toward their strategic reserves, or that the levels are low and we are into the strategic reserves?
I'm just repeating the phrase that I've heard, and I don't know if it's dangerously low, but it's so low it's getting uncomfortable for people to send more. And whether or not, I don't think anything is dangerous because we don't have any functional enemies anymore. But the problem is if they don't have the courage to send more.
I understand. I mean,
it's all about definitions, right?
Yeah, I know the U.S. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying that the U.S. we keep a strategic reserve because of our stretch around the world and not just Europe, and that's what we, that's what our strategic reserve is based on. But we have a multiple threat envelope that we look at continually.
Okay, Alan, can you take over as a non-formal co-host for the next 15 minutes?
Yeah, for sure. Just drop down and I can take over. Yeah, so I know that when the war started and we first sent artillery shells here, the level was already below the comfort zone of certain people, but we still sent shells, and now we send about 10,000 every 6 weeks, something like that, and some is going to our own storage, and some is going to other orders. It's definitely not how we want it to be. We have been taking from the magazines for a while, as far as I've understood. But I don't know how the situation is around in Europe.
Well, some haven't sent much ammunition yet. There is vast array of stocks still in France, lots in Belgium, lots in Italy. There is still massive amount of stocks which are in Germany, both on industry side as well as within the realm of the Bundeswehr. So we're not completely low there. And the US has a massive amount of pre-positioned stock.
So Europe hasn't really sent a lot of 155s. That's the deal, isn't it?
That's exactly right.
So, so what are we doing? I mean, it's absolutely crazy. But I agree with Doman. There is not one answer here. It's a composition of all the systems that is needed, because we don't want to, go into this attrition rate of who will run out first. It's a big problem, isn't it? Bionade.
Yeah, I just pulled up the list of deliveries for Germany, for example, and for 155 millimeter shells, we sent 18,500 projectiles, so under 20,000. I think there's really much more in stock and the ability to produce more. So I wouldn't be that concerned about the stock in Europe.
Yeah, because that's very low amount for Germany, isn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, the last 3 months, Norway sent 20,000, and we have a small factory in, it's ridiculous actually. And Italy has stocks, big industry that could turn this out pretty quickly. Yeah.
Ukraine is producing themselves. Don't
Yeah,
forget
but
that.
152 millimeter.
Oh, it's only 152, not 155 too. I thought they had three different projectiles.
I believe they produce 152. I haven't seen anything else. Axel,
Yeah,
do you know?
I will check it out.
152, 122, 155.
They produce all the three. Wow.
So now only is a question where we get more Gepard ammunition. But does anyone know how is the status on Gepard?
Niedersachsen.
Niedersachsen, wunderbar.
Is that still a problem?
Yes, but it won't be by the summer.
Yeah. I think they take like 4 to 5 months until it's transferred to Niedersachsen, the whole thing, and then the production will start. Plus minus a few weeks, because it's you have to test it, and yeah, but usually that's not the biggest problem. I know a friend who runs a company which is making these kind of moves from one place to another with big industrial lines. And if you have a competent company, and we have some here in Germany, then I don't think it would be that big of a problem.
How the Swiss? Jörn, did you hear anything about the 35 millimeter round? Okay, negative. Yeah, I just don't understand that that's still a problem. That Europe cannot produce 35 millimeter rounds except in Switzerland. For me, it's absolutely crazy.
Well, the round is a bit specific for the Gepard. It's not just the caliber itself. It is very specific.
Axel, break. What Associated Press from Washington. Officials say the US is going to send Ukraine a nearly $3 billion military package, including dozens of Bradleys. Very non-specific.
Dozens?
Also, why? What is it with dozens? I mean, hundreds are also dozens.
Because
Well,
it's a
dozens
nice
means
way
it's
to
below
not.
100.
Because it's a nice way to not say a number.
A dozen is
Yeah.
12.
And it's below 100. 96 you could fit into this if you like.
96 is not bad, but they should get 250, shouldn't they? Daryl?
We're talking 2 battalions.
Yeah, it sounds about that's exactly right. Sounds about 2 battalions of this.
It's a brigade almost.
But let's remember, everyone. Let's remember when they started, it was like 3 or 4 HIMARS, right? It was 10 M777s. At the start, it's an order of magnitude less than it ends up being.
Yeah, but listen to this. So, training in Germany, battalion sized, and 96, if that's the number, of Bradleys, and a number of Leopards, and these French thingies, and you have a brigade. You don't have a full tank brigade, but you have a light tank brigade at least.
That many Bradleys is a lot of troops.
Yeah, you have a lot of infantry in Ukraine.
Did we already talk about the weird rocket launcher, the so-called APKVS, which Germany sent on a pickup?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
We spoke about the model some time ago when it was first rumored, but we haven't said anything since.
No,
Yeah,
that's
alright,
not
so-
true. We spoke of it earlier today. It's just that Bionade, who was at the time a co-host, wasn't listening. It's
And
a
I wasn't
70
there.
millimeter. You weren't there, I know, but Bionade was a co-host who wasn't listening. It's a 70 millimeter, and it's in the usual place. It's a 70 millimeter rocket launcher mounted to either a pickup truck or a buggy or whatever. And you can take out a BMP at 5 kilometers. It's laser guided, it's laser targeted. It's kind of like a tow missile equivalent, except minus the wires, much more modern, laser guided, and BMP is not tanks. There you go.
And 20 of them were delivered with 2,000 rockets. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's minus 2,000 Russian vehicles. There you go. There is going to be a different system delivered by March, probably, which allows them to take down helicopters and drones and other aerial threats that looks fundamentally similar with similar missiles. Isn't that right, Kobe?
So, to my knowledge, we do not actually know what specifically Germany has provided. Perhaps there's some reporting in German media about this, but I haven't seen any sort of confirmation about which specific system the German government has delivered, other than it was, of course, procured from industry. It did not come from Bundeswehr stock. Germany does not operate the Hydra rocket. I'm not aware of them operating any other 70 millimeter rockets, although maybe I'm wrong about that. So we don't know what exactly this is, whether it's Hydra, whether it's APKWS, what the guidance system is.
Someone seems we have audio trouble.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear Corey, but just Daryl has a hot mic.
No, you have a hot mic.
No, not a problem. I just wanted to quickly interject. I mean, we have the official page from the Bundesregierung, what they have delivered, and yeah, it was updated today because it wasn't updated since the 20th of December. So the last 2 weeks there was some equipment delivered. For example, 13,600 wool blankets. But yeah, let's not talk about the wool blankets. There were some things delivered. Should I read out the list? Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, you can read it. I mean, we know that they're being provided. It's 20 of these. They're truck-based launchers. The question is, what specific launching system and which specific munition? Because that information is not provided in the main list unless there's some other appendix that includes that information that I'm unaware of.
All right, this specific rocket. I don't think there's a different system than this 70 millimeter Hydra. Or do you know another system?
The only one I'm familiar with is Hydra and APKWS, but I don't make I'm not going to make that assumption. The most interesting question is what the launching system is. It's not going to be Vampire because that's what the United States is providing, and that's not probably going to arrive until June. So I just want to know what it is. But Germany, they're not providing that level of specificity.
I found a website which was talking about
It's the Hydra 70. That's the most detail there is, Kobe.
It's called
Where
Fletcher.
is that actually spelled out though? Like where in official German sources are they saying that it's the 70mm Hydra?
It said the 70mm.
We don't
Is
have
there
any
another?
other for this.
There aren't any, but that's the only thing that the Bundeswehr has pictures of anywhere.
The Bundeswehr doesn't operate Hydra though.
We bought them for the purpose of fitting out the KSK for Afghanistan.
Okay, that's new to me.
I have an article here. It's in German, but I will send it to you. It's special forces getting this system. It's called Fletcher system from Order Defense. So has a traditional 70mm rocket. Yeah.
Kobe, do you have an idea of what the capabilities of this Hydra are?
Well, there's Hydra and then there's APKWS. Hydra is just an unguided rocket, much like the ones that Ukraine is already using from their helicopters and from ground-based improvised MLRS as well. APKWS is a laser guidance kit that goes onto that Hydra rocket and turns it into a precision-guided munition so that it can hit a specific target with quite precise accuracy. So that's a very good thing. Obviously, it's sort of a budget Hellfire missile, you could say. So very useful against a range of different targets, primarily anti-tank, but you can use it against all sorts of different stuff.
So Colby, it's Honor Defense in St. Louis. Does it ring a bell for you?
Yeah, I've read about that specific system, but let me just read what you sent to me.
There's not much more information in this. It's just mentions they took the systems from Honor Defense and they can use 70mm rockets, which are already aviable, 5.5 kilometers of range.
Yeah, I'll get back to you in a second. In the meantime, I threw AP's reporting their story up into the nest on the Bradleys and the $2.85 billion PDA that we're expecting tomorrow now.
All right, thank you. Yeah, it looks interesting, and I'm really interested how the Bradley is going up to the Russian equipment, and I'm also really interested if the French the French abdomination can really kill a few Russian tanks. Would be really funny to see. Well, then, should I quickly read out the list we have? What Germany has delivered in the last 15 days?
Go.
All right. So the 20 rocket launchers on a pickup truck. 2 more armored recovery vehicles. 1 more Oshkosh tank transport tractor. So 7 tracked and remote controlled infantry fighting vehicles for support tasks. What is it? 63 more pickups. 21 more generators. It's 17 more load and handling trucks. 8 times 8. All right.
Bill Nuther, is
Yeah.
that the HET? Is that the HET? HET? When you were talking about the heavy transport?
Sorry, it's the heavy transport you're talking about. It's the
Yeah, it
M.
should it may say heavy transport system because it's the truck and the trailer combined because the trailer has steerable wheels on it, and you need that
All right.
particular truck for it.
Just give me a second. Where was it? Load and handling trucks, 8x8, they say. Not much more. All right. 32 more mobile heating systems, 8 more reconnaissance drones, 1 more ambulance. All right, 1. Great. What is it? 7 more border protection vehicles, 36,400 wool blankets, 12 heavy-duty trailer trucks. Oh, all right. Here we have heavy-duty trailer trucks. Is that something important, Daryl?
If they're trying to take something that's heavy of about 60 tons, those trailers come in real handy because as they going around, what I was talking about with the steerable axles on the trailer. If you've ever seen the M1s being transported, they use these type of trucks because they can go around curves and turns a lot easier. And it has about 32 wheels on the trailer.
All right, this sounds interesting. So what do we have also? It's like 27 more anti-drone sensors and jammers. All right, this sounds interesting. And 30 drone detection systems, which were not provided before. So yeah, that's the new equipment. Also, it was announced that they want to up the 22 reconnaissance drones they already sent to 114. So 94 more. All right. 94. I don't know. Anyway, 92. Excuse me. My math is a little bit bad in the evening. All right. Yeah, sounds interesting. Hopefully there will be Marders, Leopards, and maybe Pumas. I don't know. We have so much shit in our arms industry. Why don't deliver it all? Just give it to them. Poland, Denmark, France. Nobody will take us. Not even Switzerland. All right, Kobe, you had time to read a little bit.
Yeah, so this seems to have been gone under the radar a fair bit. So given that this was a German publication reporting this story, and what it says is that Arnold Defense received 2 orders, one from US SOCOM and one from an unidentified European country, so assuming Germany, because it was German publication here. So they had procured a launching system for APKWS from Arnold, so presumably a similar system is what has been ordered for Ukraine. There's 2 variants, one that launches 4 rockets, which is basically the same as L3 Harris's Vampire, and then there's another one that can hold up to 23. There is very little information that I was able to find on their website about the details in terms of how the target acquisition and all that works, other than it's laser guided, of course, which we know. So a bit of an open question there. What sort of capabilities there are as far as targeting goes, whether it can only hit land targets or it can also hit aerial targets, which Vampire certainly can. So that's a bit of an open question, but Ukraine now has 20 of these in theater, which is a lot better than the 0 that they have from the United States because the Pentagon still hasn't signed the contract. So the German bureaucracy has beaten the American bureaucracy by at least 6 months. So kudos to them.
Yeah, and it's I'm happily surprised. Maybe it was a small Christmas present or something like this, but it's already delivered, at least on the website of the Bundestag. And I don't think they want to have another slip and announcing systems which are delivered, which are not really delivered. So I give them the benefit of the doubt this time.
German bureaucracy, if they report it, it has happened.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
One thing I do not understand is this overly transparency from Germany. It must be
It's the passive aggressive behavior of people who know that they're morally guilty.
yeah, okay. But I mean, they could have just easily avoided a lot of issues by not providing anything like everyone else. Like we don't give a list of what we actually gave. We just sometimes announce, okay, we sent 10,000 of this, you know. But most of the numbers of vehicles that we sent, and it's been confirmed sometimes and not confirmed sometimes, and it's like a little bit like the Finns, but the Finns are a lot more secretive. But it's similar.
Well, the Germans have shot their own goal, and you know how they did it and what they did, but they've done exactly that. So as a consequence, when they started reporting, don't forget this page initially for about 3 months was only in German language. And it was reluctantly put up, but it was put up because people wanted to make sure that the public at least understands that they're doing something. And then finally, the public found out that Germany is doing actually quite a lot, but it's doing all the wrong things because they're not doing first things first. Instead of doing what was requested and asked, they delivered everything else. You know, dog ate my homework.
Yeah, and then like an accident in a positive accident was these gepards, because everyone was like, "What the hell are they, gonna use those for?" But ended up being very useful because of.
Yeah, it was very well planned, and everybody knew that it's a good tool.
Yeah, but I don't think the politicians knew that.
Of course not. No. This is something which came directly from people within the ministry and who worked with people who understand how warfare works.
Great piece of kit. Should have been 150 of them.
Absolutely. And I mean, possibly the politicians were, well, I mean, we had this discussion that the Ukrainians only shoot in the air and not as a direct fire mode. And it was really a discussion here in Germany. And I was like, oh, dear Lord. And yeah, in the end, I mean, we have seen the pictures and videos from Kiev. How they take down one Shahid after another. And you just see the red stripes, the yeah, Maki, what is it? It's really great to see how they all go down. And yeah, maybe they have the possibility to get us some more, but yeah, I think really important are now the Leopards, the Martyrs, and whatever we can send. I mean, for Rheinmetall would be really amazing if they could test the new tank systems there. Yeah.
And I don't know if you have seen Björn, but when they first got them delivered and they were advancing in the Kharkiv direction, it was amazing to see them. I saw a short video of them advancing with it, with Stinger missiles stored inside it, and with this iPad they have or tablet they have with their other radar systems being relayed. So they kind of made this into a hybrid system for offensive air defense, and I'm sure that some of the Germans or Scholz, who approved sending them, didn't want it to be that of an efficient tool. And yeah, I really wish they had 100 of those.
Yeah, indeed.
Johannes.
Yes, thank you. Excuse my Ukrainian, but Ilya Ponomarenko from the Kyiv Independent tweeted a little while ago, 50 Bradleys, question mark. That's a good start. Thank you, America. I don't know where he got the number from, but I would assume this would be interesting for our current discussion.
Yeah, that's
the first
that's
4
coming
dozen.
from Reuters, so that's a legitimate number.
That's the first 4 dozen.
Next shipment 100, please. 122.
Why not 200?
I say 300.
Dream big, boys. Dream big.
Yeah, Erland and Domen, I sent you something. Domen, I know you've seen it. Erland, maybe you haven't seen the clip. It's just an illustration of what an MBT can do and what the AMX cannot do. I just found it funny after our discussions. It's pretty visual of the differences between an MBT and an AMX. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, I also tweeted this. You have to go to Lars Wildering's Twitter page to view it. But it's basically an MBT rushing a Russian trench, driving over some small trees and firing into the trench. The AMX wouldn't be able to do that. It was just funny for a whole discussion. So that's also why you need to free the leopards so they can rush Russian trenches.
Great video. I just saw it, and very lucky for the driver that the terrain actually, gave him the permission to fire into that trench, because they can't really traverse the barrel downwards, but the leopards can.
Yeah, it seems like to me the driver is adjusting slightly before firing to get the angles. So if so, it's a really impressive driver to know, to be able to coordinate with the gunner.
Sorry, 122. I apologize. There was a report that has since been deleted from Elend News that Germany is going to provide MADAs as well as an extra Patriot battery to Ukraine.
Yeah, they rushed the gun because they took out the discussion from one of the ongoing battles which are happening.
Exactly. Apologies. Carry on.
Yeah, but Marder is great, but they still need
What are you
the MPTs.
apologizing for?
Go ahead.
Come on, Bionade. So
All right, I just wanted to mention, yeah, it's I mean it adds up. Yeah, the French sending their things, I don't know how to call them, but I call it the French tanks because the Panzer Museum Munster has said Germany always used the prefix for Panzer before the tank. So if we call it a French tank, it's okay, I guess. But it adds up. These things, 50 Bradleys, maybe a few Marder, yeah, maybe the Swedes and everyone else around the Nordic region decides, oh, we send a few archers, we send a little bit of this, and in the end, the Ukrainians, I mean, I'm sorry for the logistics and for the maintenance officers, but in the end, they will have, maybe if the doors are open now, really much equipment. Maybe even some Streetswagen if we get Leopards. Who knows?
What do you think is best? Do you think it's best to provide a lot of CV90s while Norway, Finland, Denmark provides some Leo2s that are quite similar, and we don't provide CV90s? Or do you think everyone should chip in 10 of each?
I don't think the Swedes should send our versions because it's a quite upgraded version and it's different from the from like everyone else's version. So it would be better if we sent CV90s and you send your versions of the Leo 2, because then because then it's hard. I don't think we have that much enough spare parts for our 122 to be able to keep send as well. So that would be an issue. So Send CV90s from us, and you guys send some Leo 2s. Okay?
Yeah, that's what I thought, because this whole thing is a puzzle between all the Nordics. Nothing else makes any sense whatsoever, in my opinion. And being that you have a bunch of CV90s that just stand around there, and someone put them into some plan about being upgraded, and some should be air defense, some should be tank killer, some should be. Have you seen 122, the one that can disappear? The one that has the invisibility cloak. One, two, two.
Yeah. So what's the?
Yeah, so the Swedes are gonna do a whole lot of things, repurpose all these CV90s to all the different variants that Haglund's have prototypes on, and one of them is it has this LED screens all over it, and it can, it has an invisibility cloak thing. So yeah.
And it directs a space laser, right?
Yeah, it has a Jewish tank laser.
And do you know what it also has? Instead of smoke canisters, the canisters are loaded with surströmming cans.
Chemical warfare.
Yeah, but instead of the cost of repurposing all those CV90s, it doesn't make sense, really, does it? Instead of buying new ones whenever the time is right, and then using these.
You're absolutely spot on. Erland, you're spot on. This was our argument for the Dutch CV90s all the way. Because this 188 or 182 million euros could be spent much more simply for making the down payment for new ones.
I mean, Mothers and Patriots confirmed from Germany, finally, officially.
Wow, that's great. Where did you get it?
Check this.
Oh, all right. It's from the White House?
No, it's from Germany.
Yeah, it's
from Germany. All right.
One part of it.
The German ambassador to the United States just tweeted it out as well.
That just means.
Remember yesterday?
That just means that Scholz is doomed.
I love it. I love it. Just yesterday we talked about it. Let's. Why not a few more Patriots and yeah, not only mothers but Patriots. I mean, Christmas presents. Olaf used the possibility he had. He took the chance. He called Zelensky most likely and said, "You know what? I have a Christmas present because I don't want to look bad. The French are sending the French tank. The Americans sending Bradleys, and it's Orthodox Christmas Eve, so we can't stay here without anything. So maybe the peer pressure finally got to him. Anyways, I need to go to the shop and get a good bottle of whiskey.
The snowball has started to roll.
By the way, Bionade, way ahead of you.
It started with the Bradleys, and then the French came with their Citroën tank, and then today the Martyrs and another Patriot system. That's Russia is doomed. When the snowball really, how do you say this, Axel? When the exponential growth of the snowball occurs, it's gonna be massive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gravity.
Very true. There is no way back. Tom, do you have a good physics explanation to the phenomenon that is occurring?
No, but I can tell you that Rauf Zimmermann, the head of the Bundestag Defense Committee, said that after the Marder comes the Leopard.
As I said, this coalition, and therefore Olaf Scholz, is doomed.
No, or maybe he's absolved. He is absolved for all his sins, for he has repented.
Or is just gonna be a puppet chancellor. 122.
I'm just gonna quickly do an analogy there. You know Prigozhin, he made sledgehammers. Well, how did he know that the Ukrainians were gonna be the sledgehammer, that we're gonna punch Russia? Just all I'm gonna say. And also, the last missing piece of the puzzle for me now, since this snowball has been started rolling, is jets or an air capability. If that comes into the picture, I mean, it's not just it's checkmate in times 10. It would be just the icing on the cake if we will see that in the upcoming months here.
Colby, what do you think about jets? Is it for an after-war thing, or is it something that will happen right now?
I'm still skeptical about jets, and again, at this point, if they had made the decision at the beginning of the war, then the prospects of actually seeing them in action would have been a little bit more realistic. But here we are, almost a year in, and the decision still hasn't been made. So I think that we need to focus on shorter-term solutions, which could end the war before fighter jets could even be stood up and operationalized. They're just not necessary if we give Ukraine all these other weapon systems. If we give them all the IFEs and the MBTs, and if we give them long-range precision fires, then there's no point in fighter jets. They're just not necessary. Ukraine can win the war without them. So the priority and the limited finite financial resources to procure equipment for Ukraine should be singularly focused on these key few offensive weapon systems that can bring the war to a conclusion. We need to keep up the supply of artillery ammunition. We need to get some tanks. We need to get a lot of armored fighting vehicles there. And we need to get them long-range precision fires, whether it be ballistic missiles or cruise missiles. Those are the most important things that are actually going to end the war. And fighter jets they're not going to arrive in any appreciable number in any realistic time frame to where they could have an impact on the battlefield.
Doman.
I have a request for a volunteer from a listener. Somebody to spend about 3 minutes singing the praises of the Bradley so they can better understand what it is, because people missed the last couple of weeks on holidays and whatever. So who wants to explain what a Bradley is, what it does, why it's good, and why do we care?
George is coming up, so that's very convenient. George, did you hear Doman's question?
My thing glitched. Please repeat.
So, could you please explain what is a Bradley? Why is a Bradley good? And
So, a Bradley is an infantry fighting vehicle. In other words, it's not a battlefield taxi like a BMP, which is called an armored personnel carrier, carries personnel. Yes, a Bradley has men inside it and can carry like a squad of men, but a Bradley can actually do fighting, and really good fighting. It has a good speed, it has cross-country mobility, has very good protection for the crew. They are battlefield tested. You name it, most engagements that the United States has been in since 1990 on has involved Bradleys. Bradleys were really show their worth during Desert Storm. Remember, the tanks that the Russians are using, mostly T-72s. That's what the Iraqis had. They also had some older T-55s, but we won't go into that. But the T-72s, they lost more of those to Bradleys than any other armored fighting vehicle that coalition had. And that coalition was a lot bigger than the one in 2003, including British armor and French, Saudi, you name it, they had it. And those did the best against the T-72s because they could fire what's called a tow missile. It's a missile that is guided with a little joystick through a sight right onto the enemy tank. And now the newer version of a tow missile is just like the Javelin. It doesn't have the distance of like 6-7 kilometers. It's about maybe 4.5 to 5 kilometers. Still, same type of thing. Flies over the tank, explodes, and kills the tank off, from the top down. The Bradleys carry 2 of those, and they carry spares inside the vehicle, and they can be quickly reloaded. And guys during Desert Storm actually did it during combat. Under fire, they were able to reload those tow missiles. So that's why it's a great weapon. It has great optics, state-of-the-art optics. Can see for kilometers out, night, day. Can protect itself, can get the hell out of there if it needs to. Has great communication inside, and is just a huge improvement. It will be the best infantry fighting vehicle in Ukraine during this war. It supersedes anything that's in there now by far. Doesn't even come close.
Colby.
One clarification: BMP is literally Russian for infantry fighting vehicle. They invented the concept. Their vehicles are just bad. The BMP is an abysmal infantry fighting vehicle. Western armies have perfected the concept. Bradley is very good. Marder is good. CV90 are good. They are all vehicles with reasonable armored protection, strong armaments in the form of their main cannons, and some of them have the ATGMs as well. Bradley has TOW specifically, and their function is delivering infantry into the fight, but also remaining in the fight and providing fire support and working with MBTs on the battlefield, which is a contrast with the armored personnel carrier, which is more solely intended for just transporting troops around. They're less armored, less armed, have far less capacity and utility remaining on the battlefield for that reason. So that's the main distinction between APC and IFV, is their armament, and their ability to be relevant, tactically relevant on the battlefield, and their ability to deliver mechanized infantry into the fight.
Hey, Kobe, you're exactly right about the BMP. But right now, in the last 20 years, would you want to consider that an IFV considering today's standards? I mean, I'd rather be in an M113 that has a tow launcher on it than that stupid thing. Remember, its protection is pretty much crap, right?
Yeah, no, as I said, the BMP is an abysmal infantry fighting vehicle, and the newer variants aren't that much better. And this just goes to the inherent problems of Russian design philosophy. They're just not functional. But doctrinally, they are infantry fighting vehicles. The Russians did invent the concept, but they just aren't very good at the intended role.
Yeah, and in today's conditions, we would, like, if you didn't know nothing about them and someone gave them to you, you could pretty much consider them an APC at this point, because there's not much there. I don't see a battle space where they can actually do fighting, because they'd just be sitting ducks. But yeah, with reports of mortars coming in and Bradleys coming in, this really does change the capabilities of the Ukrainian army.
And can we
significantly.
just add one thing for Colby's perspective? The
Sure.
Sonderkampffahrzeug was actually the precursor to the Russian copy with the initial BMPs, and there's different versions
Yes,
of
it
it,
was.
and that's how it started.
Yeah. Well, are you telling me that Axel that the Russians copied something German?
What
No.
a surprise! Quelle surprise!
Come on.
They
Yeah.
wouldn't do that, would they?
No, not at all. Yeah, but for everybody listening, the fact that there's multiple reports and we don't know anything significant yet, but it does look like something is going to happen coming from the United States and most likely Germany now. And I don't know if this was in the pipeline, as they say, several days or weeks in advance, but it's kind of funny that the Citroen tanks, as the one calls them, kind of precluded this, and maybe that was the impetus. I don't know. We'll find out months later, maybe weeks later, but it is a very good, significant step. Now, I don't know how many they're going to send, and whether they send 50, 100, 150. I always say the United States always does what do we say? The 1/6 introduction. It says we usually send 1/6 of what we're eventually going to send in. So whatever number you hear tomorrow, the next coming days, do not fret. That's just 1/6. I don't know why they came up with that number, but take whatever they send and multiply it eventually by another 5, 6, and that's what you will eventually end up with.
Okay, George, we have more questions about what a Bradley is. How easy is it to maintain? How much armor it has? And also about the Marder, how different is it from a Bradley? So, George, maintenance, sustainment of Bradley. Let's start with that first.
Okay, maintenance. Yes, you have to make sure that you, squeak the wheel, gets the oil. That's what you do. You have to make sure that you keep everything that you need lubricated and clean as you go. The crews will be trained on basic maintenance for it, and to maintain them is not that hard. Remember, the Ukrainians have great mechanics. These guys are. I've been in shock at them when I first met a crew of them that used to work for that worked for an uncle of ours. Yeah, their capabilities are really good, and there's nothing in there that I don't think they'd be able to manage. The crew just have to make sure that they stay up with the upkeep. Compared to the mortar, they're pretty much on par. Mortar, the only thing is it has a launcher for a Milan ATGM, but the Milans still work. They're an older anti-tank guided missile. Was it a French Italian design, if I'm not mistaken, but they still work. And the Martyrs. The Martyrs also have a very good combat record. They did really, really well in Afghanistan. So, I think the Germans lost one that caused one death and a bunch of injured. But remember, they could have all been dead. Unfortunately, only one soldier was lost. Fortunately, one soldier was lost, and not the rest of the crew. And that was to a 200-kilogram IED, which is really, really big. I think they were trying to hit one of the tanks and hit the Martyr, but the Martyr has a very, very good combat record. We had to wait 38 years for them to see combat in till they saw combat in Afghanistan, but they really proved their worth. Their crews love them. The only thing is that they don't have older versions don't have AC, so that became a problem in Afghanistan. But as a fighting vehicle, they really proved their worth.
122.
Yeah, though I think the main also Marder is a bit faster than the Bradley. I think.
Yes, a bit.
Yeah, so that's one of the benefits with the motor. If you want to find a main difference, it has. I think the gun is also a little bit smaller. Not much. I think it's 20 millimeters.
Yeah, it's a
instead of-
Rheinmetall. It's a Rheinmettal 20 millimeter. Or
Yeah.
yes.
It's not a bad gun, but it's just the
No,
caliber is.
No, ask the Afghanistan. Ask the Taliban if it's a bad gun because they got with by it multiple times.
So, how many people can the Bradley carry?
6.
Yes, it is 6, right? Was it 3 and then
3 plus 6, crew
Yeah,
3
3
plus
plus
6,
6, yeah.
which is basically standard for most IFEs. Certainly, Western IFEs, almost all of them are 3 plus 6 in configuration, so you can carry a squad or a section of infantry with 2 of them.
Mhm. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just watched a video by a guy called Ryan Macbeth. He's active on YouTube. I think he has Twitter as well. Not sure. I think he's a former infantryman. He does YouTube videos now. He explains a lot about the Bradleys in different versions. So if anyone wants to hear someone explain a bit about that, I think he did a quite good job, by the way. So a small tip to people if they want to know more about the Bradley.
Who was that again? 122.
Ryan Macbeth. So it's RyanMcBeth.
Yeah, on YouTube, right?
He does it. Yes, he does a lot of good explanatory videos. He also explained the Patriots, how they work, etc. So he's a good guy. He goes to a lot of stuff regarding the war, and he explains for people so you can get a better view how things work if you don't know.
I mean, he likes whiskey and cigars too, and yeah, so it's military whiskey and cigars, great combination.
Yeah, hey guys, I think the Martyr has a little bit better all-around protection than the Bradley. It all depends on the versions, but I think they have just a little bit better protection than the Bradley when it comes to stopping, 20 millimeter rounds and things of that nature. Jeez.
So, George, Zelensky was in Washington on what, the 22nd, 23rd of December, then about, right?
Yes.
It's been 2 weeks. Let's say hypothetically, tell me hypothetically, if the next day you had Ukrainians start training on Bradleys in Poland and Germany, they'd be almost done by now, wouldn't they?
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. To get the basics down and learn how the systems work, pretty much. The basics about fighting as a unit or things like that. Organize multiple of them to fight as a cohesive unit. Obviously, a little bit longer, maybe, but getting down the systems and the capabilities, yeah, about 2 weeks. Yeah, and remember, this is for a lot of people that have been in the military. You remember, you used to be hurry up and wait. You'd go and train for 2 hours, and you did 2 hours of PT, and then you sat in the classroom, and then you had to go clean the barracks again, even though you cleaned it yesterday. And you spent out of the 24-hour period of maybe about 3-4 hours training, but that doesn't happen in wartime. It's every swinging, on deck, and that's all you do is you train. You get that it's a crash course.
Excellent.
And really quick, and the reason why I know this is okay. So during Desert Storm, a lot of people don't talk about this. We had a lot of reservists and National Guard guys got called up and were sent over, and holy hell, we quickly realized that what they should have been doing once a month was obviously not happening. So we had to retrain a lot of these people on the fly, right then and there, in Saudi Arabia, and we didn't have months to do it. We had maybe about a couple of weeks, and we got it done. So that's why I know when the shit hits the fan, you can get it done in a couple of weeks.
The Ukrainians already have tow launchers, but is this a totally different tow launcher than the one they already operate?
I don't believe so. I haven't I've never operated a tow launcher on a Bradley, but I would think that it's the same. It's the same load and reload process.
But the missiles themselves are different. They don't have the wire anymore.
No. They do. They're the same missile.
Okay,
They've got the wire, the whole 9 yards. Now the only thing is now we don't use
Optics.
Yes, the optics, everything would have been the same. What I would have had as a tow, the same type of parameters, everything. The only thing I'm saying is that now in the last 10, 15 years, tows have had advancements. The latest version of the tow missile there was one that used a tandem warhead to so in other words, a first explosion, the second explosion to break through reactive armor. But now they have the I think it's a tow 2B, from someone correct me if I'm wrong, and that one actually uses almost the same principle as a javelin. Flies over the tank, explodes, and pierces from the roof on down. It still has the wires though. Still optically tracked with wires, wire guided.
Okay, but it's a reliable system, and I mean, I don't. I was thinking about the missiles, if they have a supply chain for that already that fits with the system that is coming with the Bradley. But I guess that's a yes then. Big Papa.
Oh, am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, okay. My button's telling me something different. Sorry. Mine said I didn't. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I'm sorry. My phone is glitching out. I just had a real quick question. I didn't think I could get on, so I texted it to George. But I was just wondering if anybody knows, and I've been listening. This is great news. I love all the stuff that's happening now. But I was wondering if the 2.8 billion number, if that includes the Patriot, or was the Patriot already accounted for in another release? Because if that 2.8 billion number doesn't include Patriot, then this thing could be a huge amount of weapons. Does anyone know?
I believe the Patriot, the extra Patriot, is coming from Germany. So that's not the same bill. And the Patriot system that was announced earlier should have been in a different bill. Colby
Okay.
is requesting, but I cannot get him up for some reason. So he probably knows. Axel, could you help me?
Sorry. Yes, the Patriot system is coming from Germany. What else do you want to know?
Yeah, but this bill that was announced today from the US.
2.85 billion includes a couple of dozen, as they said, Bradleys. At the moment, the number floating about is the 48, which we heard earlier. Supposedly, there was a rumor of 96, but we do not know whether that is true. Tons of ammunition, lots of good gadgets, a lot of artillery ordnance, some sensors, but more I don't have at the moment. We're looking out for it. We had high hopes that some helicopters would be in there.
Yeah, it sounds like it could be. If that already donated Patriot numbers, because I know that will eat up a lot. That's like $1.5 billion, right, for the Patriot system. So if that's not included, then I'm excited to see what else
The
is in
Patriot
there.
system is a German system, so it doesn't fall under. It's one of the initial 11
I
German
meant
systems.
I meant the previous U.S. one. I didn't
Okay.
know if they had already accounted for that
I
one.
think that was already priced into the one of the previous bills.
Okay, great. That's great news. I appreciate it, everybody. Thanks for taking my question, and I'll keep on listening. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The U.S. Patriot is already accounted for in the PDA from 2 weeks
I'm
ago.
just going to leave. I can't even mute my thing. I'm going to leave. Sorry. Come back.
Colby, please repeat.
The U.S. Patriot battery is already accounted for in the previous PDA that was announced 2 weeks ago. So this $2.85 billion is going to include the roughly 4 dozen Bradleys, and then who knows what else. I should do some quick math here and see how much money is left after the Bradleys.
How much is a Bradley supposed to be, Kobe?
I don't know. That's what I'm going to try and do right now before the press conference starts.
That's at quarter 2 or at the top of the hour?
Kobe, did you hear the last question?
Yeah, he's calculating. Don't worry. Let him do his thing.
Does anyone know if Kobe smokes?
HIMARS or ATACMS?
No, if he has a back of an appropriate cardboard container to use to calculate or something else.
No, I think
Sorry,
Colby sounds very straight shooting. A classic Scotch guy, doesn't need the smokes other than a good cigar from time to time when there's a victory.
I had some Americans confused at me. What did he say? What is he calculating it on earlier? I forget who it was who was calculating something, but it was a cultural education for some today.
I'm thinking about smoking brands. Where is our public announcer, Axel, about the Atacms smoking brand? I'm in dire need of the ads.
I don't know, but I think David Farrell will be happy to oblige and substitute in a time of need.
What is the young man, the Floridian from the Emerald Island, coming up?
I don't know, but he found it very amusing when I spoke of calculating on cigarette packets. Kobe, you have the numbers.
Okay, so the Bradley replacement is not expected for some time. So for that reason, I suspect that any Bradleys that are sent to Ukraine would be replaced by the U.S. Upgrading and refurbishing other Bradleys not in active service to the new A4 standard, which is a unit cost of $4.35 million. So if we go with that assumption, then this is $209 million worth of Bradleys, assuming that's how they're going to account for them. Alternatively, they could just not replace the Bradleys. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get more clarity in the press conference about how they're exactly going to be delivered, so we can kind of estimate what the value of the 48 Bradleys will be. But it's either way, it's going to be somewhere in that ballpark, a couple $100 million probably, I would say. So that leaves a significant pool of money left over with that very large top line, 2.85 billion. Although perhaps that might be split up between PDA and USAI actually. So some of that, that's probably what it'll actually be. We'll probably see like $1 billion in PDA, and the balance might be USAI. So that still leaves potentially like $800 million worth of money for other equipment, which is yet unknown, but probably more artillery, ammunition, the usual stuff. There was some discussion about more HIMARS as well. So Ukraine could get some more launchers potentially. So we'll see soon.
Dr. Paul.
Hey guys, Happy New Year. Just a quick comment. One thing we learned about the presidential drawdown authority with HIMARS versus the value that is being attributed in the actual dollars in the press releases and whatnot is it's not the replacement value. It's not the current market value. It's a significantly depreciated value. So for the HIMARS, for example, it was less than 50% of the replacement cost. So that's my assumption here, Colby, with the Bradleys. So if it's 4.35 million, my best bet is $2 million in a best case scenario, because the Bradleys are being phased out by 2027. In fact, the contract for the next phase of the project to replace the Bradley replacement vehicle, I think it's called, the whole program, which is a $40 billion program in total, that's slated to be doled out or down selected the first quarter of this year. So the United States isn't going to assign fair value or full value replacement value to any of this. It's going to be likely closer to $2 or even $1 million on these. So that's, I mean, I didn't read the article yet, Colby, but if there's 4 dozen, I think I heard you say, maybe it's only like 50, 60 million of the actual Bradleys that's going to be assigned. But then, what ammunition, how much does the ammunition cost? The 25 millimeter Bushmaster ammunition, the tow missiles, spares, all that. So probably collectively could be as much as like 200 million. But yeah, there's a lot more unaccounted for, right? So I just wanted to throw that out there real quick.
Thanks, Dr. Paul. Can you just send me that information on how they were accounting for the value of the HIMARS, and it wasn't the actual replacement cost? It's I don't know whether it's the original purchase cost or just a depreciated value. I hadn't heard that, so if you have that information, if you want to send it over, that'd be great. Press conference is starting now, so I'm going to drop down and I'll be back with information afterwards.
Sounds good, Colby. I'll do my best. It was a long time ago when we learned this. CJ and I discussed it at length in the DMs. I'll do my best to find it. I can't promise anything, but thanks so much.
That's okay. I'll message him then. It probably came out over the summer when I wasn't around. I appreciate it.
Daryl.
Hey, that number 48 that Kobe gave, was that the announced number?
No, that's the number which parties in the press corps have been reporting. We're waiting for the press conference now. Actually, we're watching the press conference as it unfolds.
All right, because I know we were talking more like battalion strength. So, all right.
Yeah, they would need 96.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
So there's a lot more in this package than Bradley's. That's very interesting. And usually the US probably most of the times had some stuff not accounted for in the lists that they provide, right?
And this will be really funny, right? It will be $250 million worth of Bradleys, $1.5 billion worth of ammunition for HIMARS and artillery, and then $1 billion worth of ammunition for Bradleys. And that will be a massive flag that will say, yes, we are sending way more Bradleys real soon. We're just, front loading the ammo for them.
Or maybe at the camps, just, sneak inside.
That's all I have to say. You said Atacams and the host phone magically came to life.
When I first joined this space, one of the things that really mesmerized me was the regular ads for the Atacam cigarette brand, and they've been absent for a while.
couldn't speak it into existence quickly enough, I think. You know, had they actually shown up, had there actually been giant booms, you know, in the railways in Rostov, then there would be more of those. But didn't speak it into existence quickly enough, I guess.
Do we need a new brand ambassador, or is that what you're saying?
So there's just been an announcement by the U.S. Foreign Secretary saying they're considering joining the party. Just by the way,
The party of
the party of sending stuff to Ukraine. So the Evening Standard reports that James Cleverly was speaking at a press conference after meeting with the German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, saying tanks may well be part of future support to Ukraine. He did not commit to the UK providing such vehicles, but you know, let's just say that he hinted at it. And I think that's quite interesting. He was pushed on whether the UK would join other nations in sending armored fighting vehicles to Ukraine. And he said, we've been providing the kind of military equipment that is able to put a decisive punch against Russian targets at range. We will continue to speak with the Ukrainians about what they need for the next phase of their self-defense. And we will continue working with our international partners about ensuring that we provide that. Tanks might very well be a part of that. Where they come from, which allies provide them, is something that, of course, we are working on in coordination with each other. The way we have supported the Ukrainians has evolved as the conflict has evolved. Mr. Cleverly said that him and Ms. Baerbock recommitted themselves to unwavering support of Ukraine, blah, 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 blah. So, in short, I reckon, then there might be a joining of the Brits to the rest of the coalition when it comes to ground fighting vehicles. Now, David Brookfield says there's 50 Challies, that is to say, Challenger 2 tanks, which are currently in storage. So maybe that is one option of what might be the thing that ends up going. But we shall see, I guess, what exactly happens when it happens. Who knows? Who knows?
Do the Brits have any IFVs that they use?
They have something that apparently nobody's very happy with. I forget what it's called.
I know they have
the Brit.
I know they have a lot of the Viking, and they just ordered a couple hundred more, and they have these Mastiffs or whatever they're called.
Aren't those MRAPs? Aren't those the Max Pros with extra grills on the sides?
Yeah, but the thing is that I believe they replaced a lot of the IFVs that they had or other vehicles they had because of problems with IEDs in Afghanistan with the Mastiff. And I don't know what happened with what the IFV they had. So that's interesting, David. If you have the possibility to give us a little brief about what is currently available in the UK stocks of main battle tank and IFVs.
We need a Brit, such as, for example, a David Brookfield. I think he'd do a fantastic job of this because he knows exactly what is there and what isn't. And what could be and what might be, and what might not be anymore very soon. So just add some peer pressure on him, and he'll step away from his kettle and his cup of tea and come up.
I also know that he has a story left that he didn't tell yet. Brits incoming.
Come on, David.
One Brit incoming. 122.
Did you mean the Warrior IFV for the British?
Yeah, it must be that.
Yeah, from what I've heard, they're not popular, so to speak.
So James,
Classic
I
DoD briefing, non-committal, not front-running the White House announcement tomorrow. So Biden is going to give Putin a pretty good epiphany tomorrow.
James, I see you connecting, but you're in the limbo. So try and quit the app and join again. The Warrior, what do you know about it, MriyaReport?
Not much. Just heard it's not popular at all by the British troops.
And the Brits, I know that they just laid in a huge order at Hägglund's factory for this up-panzered Beltwang. They have a strange composition of their armor, to be honest.
It's almost that they don't have a direction, put up for them. They haven't, almost, figured out what they want to do and how they want to do it. It seems like that, anyways.
I am trying to get the Brits up here so they can join the party.
Alan, you have to just hint subtly that you have large stocks of heavy water, and they'll come rushing right away.
Most of our heavy water is on the bottom of a lake, Domen.
Did it sink?
We sank it.
What are you thinking about?
Language school, obviously. Okay, let's address this pile of Russian nonsense in the meantime while we're waiting for David and his tea to cool down or something. I'm being inundated. I'm serious now by at least a dozen people who have been asking me about. Oh, have we touched upon Putin ordering a ceasefire? First of all, you can't order a ceasefire unilaterally. I mean, you can. If they move all of their troops out of Ukraine and back to Russia, they can have all the ceasefires they want to, because that will be perfectly fine. That's just called giving up and going home and ending the war. So he wants to institute, I think, a 36-hour ceasefire. It's utter nonsense. It's an attempt at saying, aha, look, we wanted the ceasefire, but the Ukrainians kept shooting. And they will pretend that on a 30-kilometer stretch of the front for about 50 minutes, and then they will start shooting back. And that's all that's going to happen from the wanted ceasefire, is that about 2% of the front are not going to have Russian shelling, allegedly, for about 15 minutes, after which Russians will claim Ukrainians broke a ceasefire that they never agreed to because it's a nonsense concept, and pump it all out into the various tanky propaganda around. Now, I do like the fact that a few hours after Putin conveyed this ridiculous idea, the rest of the world said no, and also, well, actually, we're going to give Ukraine a bunch of weapons that we refused to give them previously, and they will be far better equipped at kicking your rear in the future, which will be great. Just a reminder, Ukrainians know that a Russian proposed ceasefire always just simply leads to more Ukrainian deaths, and that Russians, in the best case scenario, are trying to regroup and re-equip, and in the worst case scenario, would be preparing to just launch massive greater assaults. That's why the Ukrainians, of course, are rejecting it out of hand, because they know that a ceasefire currently benefits no one but the Russians. We know what the Russians are doing. They've been doing the same thing for at least the past 8 years and almost 9 years in Ukraine, every time they suggested the ceasefire, and many other places for a longer time still. So it's nonsense. It's a propaganda stunt. Ignore the ideas, and we can leave it at that. Lastly, there are serious suggestions. Russians are actually running out of artillery shells. So a 36-hour break would actually kind of benefit them because they might be able to get their logistics in order. And that's why Ukraine is saying, no, definitely not. Go away. You're being ridiculous, and also get out of our country. Just wanted to sneak that one in. Alan?
Yeah. So no ceasefire. The Russians never held up their agreements before when there were, human corridors and what like. Why would they ever trust the Russians again? There is no reality to this. It's just it's that we even report it in our media. It's a problem. So Joe.
Thank you, Alan. I'd like to start off with a mic check.
Pretty good.
Thank you, Domin. Yeah, with this whole ceasefire narrative, I'm a little unsure as to who's sending you these messages, Domin. Firstly, I'd like to say that most of us who have been following the ongoings in Ukraine since 2014 and the initial invasion, I'm sorry, 2022, and the initial invasion 2014, know very well the state of affairs. I'm rather perplexed by the whole wording of Russia. They're demanding a cease. Okay, you can demand all you like, honey, but you invaded a country, and the way towards peace is get your bums back home. That's it at the end of the day. And there is no. What is this talk of breaking ceasefires? Hello, a ceasefire actually is a two-way thing. It's something that's agreed upon by two partners. If Ukraine does not agree to a ceasefire, then there is no ceasefire. That's it. End of story. We all know that if Ukraine does agree to a ceasefire, which is very, very, very unlikely, that they will use this to their advantage, and they will very likely break the ceasefire, etc. And we also know that the Russians will use the whole kind of like, oh, but we gave out our hand for a handshake, and then they would not accept the ceasefire. And we also know that they will use that to their own advantage. At the end of the day, they're talking to deaf ears because we've heard it all before. Thank you.
You're absolutely right, Sojo. I see 2 Brits have joined the party. David.
Hello to you. Yes, I will not be telling that story, Erland, and you know why. I'll happily tell another story another time because I'm not upsetting our American colleagues. Anyway, yeah, we were talking Challies, weren't we? Excuse me, I'm about to cough. I do apologise. So, in the and this is publicly available information, by the way, so I'm not giving any secrets out. So the UK has 227 Chally 2s, but we have only an intention 100. Yes, despite a war going on, the madness of this, we only have an intention of having 147 Challenger 3s, which will be the Challenger 2s that are going to be upgraded. So a while ago, there was a post that 50 Challenger 2s were currently being mothballed. So it appears that it looks like these are the ones that we might possibly, we hope, we really believe and want to believe that they may announce. We hope. So we did have, you were talking about IFVs. We used to have a lot of scimitars that we would have used, which are the CVRTs, but we sold a whole load of them.
David, this is a modern artillery conflict, and you're going to give them
yes, exactly. Yes. Why would we do that?
Or they rely on scimitars, because I don't think that's much better.
Well, they're much better, right? They're quicker. But we don't have any. Although the unit or the equipment we're supposed to have some, but in actual fact, what they've done is they put CVRT all in one group, which is the Spartans, and we gave about 80 of those or 90 or whatever to Ukraine a while ago. And but basically, this is the old 1980s kit that we sold off ages ago. The Warrior, we've got 767 of them. But as John Howarth keeps on telling me, we're still using it. But I don't think anyone's got a lot good to be said about it. Or maybe it's better. Who knows? But we do have a lot of warriors, and as you know, I would denude the UK Army of equipment to help Ukraine. Ireland is not invading the UK just at this moment. Nor is France, nor is the Netherlands, and nor is Norway that I'm aware of.
Luxembourg is very dangerous.
It's very, very dangerous. and the Belgian beer is very, very dangerous as well. I think that's the only thing we've got to worry about, Belgian beer.
Well,
All
and
right, guys,
not all of
I
it
need
is
to
brewed
interrupt.
according to purity law.
I need to interrupt you for a second, just to.
Yay!
Were you popping a cork of a good bottle of whiskey?
Actually, I asked Doman, and he said, "Look, there's a good bottle of champagne. You should buy this," and I did.
Good choice. Good choice. Well done. Whilst our DoD press conference is going on in the same fashion as always, Bionada, I'll co-host you, and James is joining us, I presume, from Kyiv.
Lviv, actually. You can probably hear the church bells just stopped chiming behind me. I'm about to go to a bar which will be jumping with the news of the last hour. I mean, extraordinary, breaking. I mean, David, to your point, scimitars and warriors, they're decent kit, and we got 1,000 warriors and a few hundred scimitars, which are light tanks, by the way. Diamond, 7 or 8 tons, I think, reconnaissance vehicles which don't carry troops. There's plenty of those to go around, and there's loads of warriors, which are the facsimiles of Bradleys. Came out about the same time, similar spec, both of which are being replaced by the Ajax. The problem is the Ajax doesn't work. We managed to completely cock that up. It makes people driving it go deaf. But yeah, we've got loads of stuff we're not using, and hopefully, probably not challengers. I don't think UK is going to get ahead of its skis on that. Unfortunately, it'd probably be one of warriors or scimitars. Warriors about 25 tons, carries troops. Scimitars a light tank, carries a gun. Yeah, either of which would be very, very good for Ukraine. Thanks, guys.
Have a drink, mate. Celebrate a little. It's insane, isn't it?
It is certainly a celebration time, regardless of what the UK is sending, because it's the seal has been cracked, hasn't it? So what we need that is to become a waterfall of equipment that will start turning up, because we need this thing, the whole problem, to be sorted quickly. We know this simply because we need the economies of the Europe to sort themselves out, and until this is fixed, and this isn't a purely selfish thing, until it's fixed, they're not going to sort themselves out, are they?
Defeat Mordor, save the Shire. Mockers.
Yes, no, exactly.
Yeah, David, do you think the British saw all this going on and went, quick, let's raid our store cupboards, we can't be left out?
It is pretty much what I thought. I jokingly said, because I tweeted to Ben Wallace, Doman's tweet, that he's obviously seen our tweet and thought, gosh, we've got to announce something very soon.
I heard that a seal has been cracked, David. What have the Canadians announced?
No, don't ask me. I've no idea. What have they announced? Leo ones.
No, it was a seal clubbing joke. Carry on.
Well,
I can't say any more to that.
I just knew that when I heard other people announcing things, that the UK was going to be quick. Let's have a look what we've got, because, serious fear of missing out.
I mean, in all fairness, I'm just going, why did we wait, right? We had a perfect opportunity to shame everyone and then failed miserably to do that. That's the bit that annoys me, and not that country one-upmanship is a good thing, but I desperately wanted it to happen.
But David, it's not over. Just imagine if Ben Wallace has his way and sends all those Charlies, which were mothballed and up for melting down and being taken apart. If he just, convinces this Mr. I wish I were a tall man with real brains and charisma. If he were to convince this man to simply do the historic thing and break the mold completely, send the Charlies, which you have, send them to train in Poland and into Ukraine. Send as many as you can. Doesn't matter if it's the 62 which are ready and available, plus maybe whatever, another 30. It's fine. Send a whole damn division. It's completely okay. Just do it, because you don't need them anyway. Send them, and therefore break the dam. The only thing which needs to happen is that the damn leopards come into the field.
Exactly right, and I would, as I've said to John before, I would denude the British Army of this stuff to provide it. There's an additional advantage, right, with the UK moving up to the Charlie 3.
Well, simply, you can declare an order from Rheinmetall, which builds them in part anyway in the country where they'll be sold. So you retain the engineering capacity. You take the proper Borg gun from them, and that's that. And you have the most modern next generation tank there is. It's so simple. It's not difficult, actually.
No, not difficult. And as I said, the other advantage of sending the Charlie 2s is that we have a mountain of ammo for the Charlie 2s, which we won't be using because we'll be moving to smooth bore after this. So all of that ammunition that we have for Charlie 2s, for the rifles, there'll be mountains of the stuff.
Exactly.
Therefore, solving another problem.
Use the ammo, use the Charlies, send them in, win the war, move on.
Yes, and you're also aware that I actually honestly think that the UK should have some strategic partnership with the Ukraine anyway to develop more challenges, because Ukraine will need lots of tanks shortly.
100%. So we have James back up, and then Clyde. James.
Yeah, it seems like yesterday, Axel, I called you and you very depressed back in March, and you said, look, we need to get together and start asking our governments to release the armor that's hidden away and dusting in devices in Wiltshire. And I did actually. I mean, you mentioned the challenges to me back then. I contacted my local MP, Danny Kruger, and he had no idea about any of this stuff. And he said he would speak to Boris, and nothing really happened. And here we are, no more than 9 months later. It's extraordinary times.
They need to come out of the woodwork with it, and they need to come fast with it.
Indeed, a table has been arrayed before me in the presence of my enemies, and my cup runneth over. Martyrs, patriots, warriors. I mean, it's almost too much.
There is no such thing as too much ammunition and equipment. All right, let's go to Clyde.
Yeah, the Thomas's post today is just sort of comical, isn't it? The March, May to January, and it just appears that Schultz can't lead anybody, but he can sure follow. So the last, if you keep following this line of reasoning, that the only way the leopards are going to get here is if the Abrams come first, right?
Yeah, but see, the thing, the Abrams won't help. The supply train is really so heavy. But the Challies actually make sense, as David just laid out. It makes perfect sense, and it comes from Britain. It comes from the other NATO partner, and the one in Europe which matters, and from the one party who's been on this case since the very beginning. And it's a splendid tank. It makes absolute bloody sense.
Okay, so that instead, but it just appears that Olaf he wants to follow people. He doesn't want to lead anything.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're
ever.
right, Clive. You're completely on point.
Yeah, one of our government people that I know said that the claim about him was that he couldn't lead a homeless guy through a buffet line. He just couldn't do it.
I think that certainly would be a challenge for him. That's true.
All right. Well, good day anyway. Thank you.
It's a start. Tomorrow's Epiphany.
I mean, here's the thing. Perhaps Putin, when he asked for the ceasefire, was because he knew this was going to happen, and he thought he'd need 36 hours to recover from the jolt that he's just got.
Yeah, but for that, it's not jolt enough. It really needs, an address to Parliament. It needs a speech by Mr. Sunak, and it needs something which changes his persona, his public perception, everything. And he needs to speak to the nation, and he needs to tell them why we fight, and why it matters, and why these challenges have to go there.
Oh yes, oh yes.
All right. So many good news, many new machine equipment. I'm not as happy as when we would send the Leopards, but at least the Martyrs, and it's a step in the right direction. Maybe even a door opener. Domin, please.
Yeah, for Leopards, you'll need to prepare and get something better than the Deutsche Sekt. I will say, quick question there for David and for James. Does the UK have either any Patriot batteries or any ATACMS?
Do not ask me anything about stuff like that. I know nothing about it. But I can hazard a guess. I suspect not, because we've got our own system that's based around Starstreak, I think. So we do have a Starstreak type system that links into all sorts of stuff that's supposed to be pretty good. But that's in Poland.
David, what's a bulldog?
You mean the vehicle?
Yeah.
No, don't ask me. This is all after my time. So when people mention these things, I then spend my time Googling it to go, oh, they have stuff like that now, right? It was all very, very basic with me. So the CVRTs, which are 40 years old, that was cutting edge stuff when I was in. Right, so and we still had people driving ferrets. So any of this, the newfangled stuff, I'm just going, gosh, that looks really comfortable.
Did you say people were driving ferrets?
Yes, I know, driving ferrets. I mean, it gets better.
Goodness, let's go on. I mean, I hope you weren't driving any beavers, bloke.
Yeah, hi. Although we did see some evidence of bisons being used in Ukraine, but this is, I mean, I just tuned in, and this is fantastic news. One earlier listener made the comment that it almost seems like too much, but I just wanted, I think it was James, but just to remind everyone, the scale that we're dealing with is something that we haven't seen in, since World War II. So do we have any idea of the numbers of Martyrs and Bradleys, like
50,
what this final configuration?
50-ish Bradleys, 40-ish Madas. The thing with Bradleys is, bloke, remember how M777s went? Initially 10 were sent. Now there's some 200 in Ukraine. Remember how HIMARS were sent? 3 or 4 were sent to start with. Now there's 18 HIMARS and over a dozen M270 variants. I think there's something like 50 altogether, actually, HIMARS and M270s. The US always sends a small number first, and then a week after the small number does real well, then they send a multiple of that and just keep sending more and more. So I suspect that the initial number of 50 Bradleys means that the US is actually intending to send somewhere around 300, maybe 500 all in all eventually over the course of a few months. 40 Madas to start with might be a little bit more limited just because of how many Madas Germany has already sent to places like Greece in exchange for various BMP types to be ringtausch to Ukraine. So that's kind of a waste, but okay, fine, whatever. But it definitely opens the space for IAVs. And there's just one further step on ground fighting, and then everything else is standoff or planes, right? That might still be waiting in the wings, waiting for its moment in the Ukrainian sun.
Outstanding, thank you. One last dumb question. What's the ammo compatibility? Like I forget what others use for their guns.
It's specific ammo for the specific guns, but should be very ubiquitous just because of the role that these vehicles generally play. The Bradleys have a Bushmaster chain gun, if I remember correctly, which is also used in a number of other vehicles, so that's easier to come by anyway. Madas have a Rheinmetall something or other thing, but that's fine because there should be plenty of that around because it's such a baseline system, right? There shouldn't be a Gepard problem. It's also much simpler ammunition than Gepard ammunition because it doesn't have to, explode next to something flying through the air. It has to just hit and penetrate and then explode. So it's much more straightforward. I mean, seeing that there's something like 6,000 Bradleys in U.S. service, maybe 7,000 altogether with some other countries like Saudi Arabia, you should expect that there should be vast quantities of this ammo around. Plus, the Bushmaster chain gun is on other systems as well, not just the Bradleys.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. All we need is a bunch of countries to get together that have the Leo 2 and a nice package, and then that'll be good.
Exactly, and the thing I really want to stress with the Bradley is the tow missiles on them, because they integrate with the optics that are native to the Bradley. There's 2 tow missiles on each of those things. They can take out a T-72 or a T-80, one shot, one kill, at a longer distance that the tank can take out the Bradley at. Which means that if you're in open fields of southern Ukraine, when you have long lines of sight, you're going to see the Russian tank before it sees you. You're going to take it out before it can take you out. And that is a big deal.
Couldn't agree with more. Thank you so much for this happy news today. Thank you.
Marcus.
Hey. I'm just going to interject with some more strange and happy news. Remember when Putin named General Surovikin, the guy who looks like a potato, to lead the fight in Ukraine?
Like a raw potato specifically, right, James?
Yeah, this butcher of Syria dude. Well, he's just been replaced by, Yevgeny Nikiforov. I don't know who he is, but he's obviously expendable because I don't know his name. The 4th person to have taken this position since the invasion in Ukraine started, I believe. And also, I'm getting reports of booms. Sergei Brachuk, the spokesman for the Odessa military administration, reported there are at least 20 officers missing in occupied Kalanchak district, and debris is still being cleared. And on top of that, I've just had a message that says, oh dear, there's been a big explosion in the temporarily occupied Tokmak. So I'll look into that a bit more as well. Enjoy.
I have some other news. Would you like to hear it?
Always.
Wow. This kind of got ignored because of all of the commotion with deliveries. Otherwise, we'd spend a lot more time on it. But the Russian Navy has suffered more losses. Specifically, 2 ships of the Russian Northern Fleet, the heavy nuclear cruiser Admiral Nakhimov and the heavy aircraft carrying cruiser, that is to say aircraft carrier, Admiral Kuznetsov, are both deemed inoperable. Basically, they're both broken.
Weren't they both recently on fire?
No, only the Kuznetsov was. So they're both broken. They're both completely useless. On one of them, the navigation system operates, but nothing else works. So it can't actually use it, because to use a navigation system, you have to move. So I don't know if they can tell if the navigation system works, or it just kind of imprinted the last known position on the screen. It hasn't moved since. So, it looks like it works. Either way, more good news, from it's all going exactly according to Putin's plan. Clearly, just fantastic.
He remains a master strategist.
Indeed, he does. Indeed, he does. So good news abound.
Go ahead, James. You've got your hand up.
Yeah, it's such good news. We really are. It's happy Christmas for Ukraine today. Счастлива Різдво. So regarding the kit being delivered, I think George mentioned it, that Bradley's killed more Russian-produced T-72s in Iraq than every other armored vehicle the Allies had, French, German, British, whatever. And that includes M1 Abrams main battle tanks. The Bradleys did better than anything else on the battlefield, and Ukraine's about to get 50 and probably 200 or 300 of them within months. It will be a game changer, no question.
Hey, David, are there any Charlie 1s in stock still?
None that I'm aware of. When I look at the Excel spreadsheet, they're not on there. So I would guess that is a big no. We sold them on. I think we sent a load to, well, pretty much the Middle East, didn't we?
Thought as much, James.
Yeah, David. Don't forget the F-32, 432, whatever it's called, the old Bulldog. There was a couple of thousand of those made, which are fully phased out. That was the British IFV, in the 70s, and there are thousands of those lying around. Good.
So we have. I can tell you, we've got 880 on the stock list.
And that's good kit. I mean, it's Rolls-Royce engine, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
That I'm aware of, yes. I mean, so all of this stuff. So the bit I've got is because our Parliament publishes everything. When I was browsing several months ago, I came across this bit, which was everything that we have in stock, really. Yeah, so the out of our equipment list, and if it's on there, that's what we have. That's what they're saying we have.
Yeah, if Rishi Sunak, Boris, and Ben Wallace have anything to do with it, they'll get that kit. And I think that we have to give credit to Joe Biden and hate him though I have until now, Jack Sullivan. This was clearly a coordinated decision, right? The Bradleys were rumored and then announced the same day as pretty much the AMX was rumored then announced, and now the British government is coming out to say that they're sending IFVs, probably IFVs as well. I mean, this has to have been coordinated. And almost certainly by the US.
Yeah, it's a little bit too right next to each other for it not to have been coordinated. Although you have to think that why there wasn't a very unceremonious rush to get the information out. That's what I would have expected.
Latin.
Hey, is it okay if I just share a couple of points of information, not directly related to this good news? I'll let everybody continue to digest that. Just quickly, it's more good news.
Yeah, please, come. Let's go.
Not immediate like breaking news, but it's it's overall the big picture that adds to the good news that we're looking at. So Mockers had just mentioned about Surovikin being replaced, and I've seen a couple of that seems to be happening right now. So I'm just going to draw a line between that and something that might have been discussed before, but it's still it's interesting. Maybe not everybody's heard of it, but listening to one of the more recent podcasts with Michael Kaufman, who I know some people on the space follow, academic who follows Russian military. He believed, and I think he had probably gotten word of this from his recent visit to Ukraine, that the withdrawal from Kherson was what the commander essentially sold to Putin, saying, we need to do this, and in return, Putin said to him, okay, you do that, but you have to get me Bakhmut. You have to give me some. There has to be some advances in Donetsk, which we're starting to see. Not even stalling. I think we're seeing evidence in the last few weeks that may be more than just stalling. That the Ukrainians may be starting to move on that front again. So that could be something connected here. The other thing was a data point that came out today that I thought was very encouraging, because I hadn't seen anybody total it up yet. But another analyst of the Russian military, Guy Plavsky, some of you might be familiar with him. He's on Twitter. He studies particularly Russian air power. So he's been following production of new aircraft, new combat aircraft in Russia through the year. And I knew, and those of us who had been following him and some of the work he'd been doing, I mean, I think we all had it in our head. It wasn't a tremendous number, that there were definitely problems. But when I saw it just recently, he totaled it up, and I cross-referenced that with losses as recorded, confirmed losses as recorded by Oryx. And it really is tremendous. Combat aircraft types, it looks like somewhere around 30 probably have been delivered this year. And that's going to include some airframes, given the rate of production in Russia. That probably includes airframes that were already being assembled probably a year ago. So 30, right? And Oryx is recording, and you know how they work, right? They confirm everything. So there may be more losses we're not aware of, but it's in the 300 range. That gives you an idea of the multiple pressures that are working on the Russian leadership right now. One of them is certainly that the rate of loss on in the air war of their fixed wing aircraft is completely unsustainable. And those are anyways two bits of information I thought might be interesting. Now we can talk about infantry fighting vehicles again.
All right, thank you. James.
Yeah, it's quite hard for me to speak. I'm in a nightclub in Lviv with introducing Ukrainians to the news. I mean, no one knows about this stuff yet. I say the Germans, even the Germans, are sending tanks, probably, and they're like, what? You know, I mean, credit to the MriyaReport being so on message. I mean, no one knows this stuff yet. It's going to be huge news around the world. So, what was I going to say? I'm just full of beans. I haven't had such good news since I can't remember, since the fall of the Berlin Wall, probably. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. All right, guys, I'm really happy that this is finally happening. And maybe there's room for more IOVs. Anyone of you, any suggestions, any ideas which country hasn't delivered anything but should deliver anything in this direction?
Canada.
Oh, Canada.
They should be a part of the Leopard 2 coalition. I think it's really simple.
That sounds great.
Yeah, the question is what's going to happen overnight and whether we're going to see the third party release or not.
Domen, what? James, please.
I wouldn't bet against the Australians getting involved. And what any Aussies on the space?
It's
In a
like
little
6
while.
a.m. in Australia.
But in a little while, in just about a little while, as in 2.5 hours from now, we'll have General Nick Ryan here.
Pentagon security meeting coming up.
Oh, was it announced or unannounced? David, please.
Yes. Doman did ask me about our the air defence, so I'll read you out what some of the marketing literature says. So not Starstreak, it's Sky Sabre is the UK's version. The marketing speak says Sky Sabre is so accurate and agile that it is capable of hitting a tennis ball sized object travelling at the speed of sound. It can control up to 24 missiles simultaneously and guide them to intercept 24 separate targets. So that's the marketing speak. I wonder what it really can do.
First the scimitars, then the sabers. I mean, it's an obsession, David. You need to.
It
break
is.
with it cleanly.
Well, I was a fencer, so maybe that's what it was.
Speaking of fencers, Latin.
I've never fenced in my life.
No,
But,
like the plane.
Oh, the Sukhoi fencer. Very good. Okay. I think somebody just mentioned Canada a moment ago. Was it Bionad? I think. I wouldn't. As we say in Spanish, espérate sentado. Have a seat and wait, because there's really not much left to give on this side. If you're looking at armored vehicles in particular, I can't emphasize to anybody who's not familiar with the Canadian military how long the drawdown has been going on. I was a reservist in the mid 90s, and it was already pretty bad. It was on its way to becoming, the Army was on its way to becoming a light infantry force. They were in the process of getting rid of main battle tank capability. So the Leopards that we do have were the ones that they were able to beg, borrow, steal when they realized that they really needed them in Afghanistan. The Coyote force. Okay, so the Coyote is the it's the 6x6 Swiss vehicle with actually has the same gun as the I believe it has the same 25 millimeter gun as the Bradley. The problem with those is that those are becoming surplus now, but most of them are in very rough shape. They were really beat up in Afghanistan in a tough environment. They performed well, but I know that quite a few of them ended up in storage facilities and were being taken apart for components. So the only thing I can think of would be maybe more M113s. Tanks, honestly, if we were to give the number that would be needed to do anything, to make any serious contribution, our last armored regiment would be left with virtually nothing. I don't know that they could afford to do it.
All right. Someone want to respond to this? If not, let's go to Border Collie. Colby, please.
Oh, thanks, guys. So a quick comment and then my main point. So the quick comment was, I think on the Bradley tanks, I think it is a little bit of evidence of a change in the zeitgeist in the U.S. And, it's hard to really attribute the source of the change. Maybe it's the diminution of Trump and the Trump wing of the Republican Party. But I think there's a sense in Washington that is more in favor of sending direct military support to Ukraine than was previously felt would be safe. And I think that's the right thing. I think this idea that Russia would respond with nukes is ridiculous, and I think it's the right thing. But anyway, I just wanted to make the point that I think the Bradleys are symbolic of this kind of change in the view. But the main thing I wanted to say was, I think we.
Border Collie, I just
please.
wanted to interrupt you. Sorry. I wanted to hear Colby's response, and then let's go to another topic.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
So, yeah, you I asked for a response for the topic, and Colby wanted to respond.
Oh yeah.
So
please,
before you start the new topic, let Colby
sure.
please go.
Yeah, as far as Canada is concerned, I don't see why we couldn't provide some number of our LAV 6 IFVs. We've already provided some of the new build LAV armored combat support vehicles, but we have LAV 6 in inventory, and we could provide some number of those and then replace those as well with new builds. Just a question of whether the government's willing to spend the money or not, and we know that they, for the most part, are not. But there's definitely things in Canadian inventory that could be sent without completely gutting operational readiness any more than it already has been. I think this is just another example of our current government really not being very interested in providing much military assistance beyond the bare minimum.
All right, that's interesting. Let's just stay shortly on this point. And Border, please mute the microphone because it gives a little bit of background noise. All right, I will do it for you. John, you wanted to respond to this topic.
Yeah, not the Canadian thread. So if you're continuing on that, I can wait.
All right. So since we have no more response to the Canadian thread, Border Collie, you can continue with your topic, and then we will go to Jon.
Okay, thank you. So, and by the way, I lived in Magdeburg when there was the DDR, so I always wanted to say that to you. But anyway, so I think there was this issue coming up today, all day, about the unilateral ceasefire declared by Russia. And I think it's been brushed off, but I would say it's interesting to think about why they would do that. And I think we can all agree it's, yes, it's a sign of weakness, but moreover, it's an effort to try to bring along the fence sitters who are Brazil, India, to some extent South Africa, Nigeria. So these are Indonesia. If you look up the most populous countries in the world, that's like 5 out of 6 of them. And I think it comes from a place of weakness, but we should be aware that they're trying to bring along the fence sitters who aren't necessarily deeply aware of the issues, deeply concerned about the moral situation here. And I think when you look at so there's a change in government in Brazil, right? So we can't say the change of government happened this week, but the previous president of Brazil was pro-Russia, and I think that's an issue. The current leadership in India, right? So arguably the most populous country in the world, is pro-Russia. And he's trying to Putin is trying to send these kind of signals that you could glom onto if you chose to. Oh, Russia is making maneuvers for peace. And I think obviously it's not going to move anybody in the US or the UK, right? None of us are going to give 2 shits about Putin's fake ceasefire.
Sorry. Maneuvers for peace. I haven't seen any maneuver for peace from
No,
Russia.
I mean,
So
that's
if they want to,
Bionade, stop.
My point is,
look,
nobody in
Bionade,
the US or the UK
this is
going to
important.
fall for this bullshit. But are people in India and Brazil and South Africa going to fall for that bullshit? I think that's what we need to worry about.
Border Collie, I don't know if you've heard, but I have declared myself the emperor of the galaxy, because that makes perfect sense and that is totally believable. And see, Jörn is up for it. And so, Joe, okay, I have 2 people with me already who recognize that I am now the emperor of the galaxy. See, it's nonsense,
too
right?
many. That's how we count. There's many.
Precisely. There are many of us. We are legion. It's complete and utter nonsense. If they want peace, they can march eastwards and stop when they get to the other side of the border. That's the only thing that anybody, except for those looking for any
But
excuse
I think
whatsoever.
that's a way of saying that these countries don't matter. But I think they do, because they're buying oil.
No. It's a way of saying that if you want to find evidence for something that you're already convinced of, and you will look hard enough until you find it, and that is fine, but that doesn't make it evidence. It is only that standard of evidence that this fulfills, nothing more.
But right. So, but
So
why
I'm
do these,
saying
why
that,
do these
that
neutral?
if
Why do
this
these
is
countries?
insufficient,
What can we do to convince these countries that with massive
no,
populations?
you are skipping a logical step. You are skipping a logical step that says that they are looking for an honest piece of evidence as opposed to just anything that they can portray as a piece of evidence. In this case, they would be looking for anything that they could portray as a piece of evidence. There is a difference.
No, that is exactly my postulate. That is exactly my view. So we can ask, why does India and Brazil and Indonesia, why do they have this predilection? And what can we do to fix it?
But we have not established that they have this predilection.
Well,
right? Because you said that they're fence sitters. There's a difference. I'm sorry, Border Collie, but you have said that they are fence sitters. You didn't say that they have already decided to back up Russia and are merely looking for an excuse. There is a gap between those 2 positions.
Fair enough.
A fence sitter is undecided.
Fair enough. That's a reasonable criticism. I will say the man in the street in Brazil, a country I'm very familiar with, is neutral. They don't have a strong view. The government, at least in Bolsonaro, had this predilection for Russia. He's kind of like a Trump guy.
Lula is the same.
Yeah, maybe.
Lula is
I'm less
deeply in the
familiar with
pocket
India.
of
I think
that old affiliation.
I think India, it's more of a pedestrian kind of, we want cheap oil, and it's kind of pathetic, although I'm not as familiar with the man in the street in India. But I wouldn't give up on it. I mean, I wouldn't say we can't turn the tide in these countries. We can't do anything to make them see that in this instance, Russia is a force of evil. And these are, by the way, the biggest countries in the world. And if you include China, which maybe I would put in the fence sitter, it's 6 of the 6 biggest countries in the world.
Yeah, okay, that's fine and nice, but in order to win the war, it's irrelevant. In order to win the war, the West just needs to get its act together. In order to then win hearts and minds, the West also has to have its act together. But there are certain decisions the Indian government, for cultural and political own reasons, hasn't yet taken. The Indian government needs a new navy. They need to update their navy. They need to have different armed forces. They know this. They need a long-term perspective as to how to upgrade their kit and how to work in future. They don't have that yet sorted out. Their national security doctrine hasn't quite changed yet. And as a consequence, you should expect a lot of limbo going forward. China is a classical authoritarian enemy of ours. We need to know that this is massive competition. I think we have finally found out that it was a massive mistake admitting them to the WTO. And therefore, all the policies of Hope and James Carville and Mr. Clinton, all that bullshit has gone out of the window, and we need to learn how to deal with it. We are learning that. Brazil is unfortunately in a political disaster. Both Bolsonaro and Lula are significantly more comfortable with Russian authoritarianism because they have their own version of their strongman complex to push through their policies. Nothing will happen which matters coming out of Brazil to the West for the next couple of years other than, say, foster care and trade. And that's fine. It is what it is. We can't fix it from here at the moment. It's not the alligator closest to the boat. Petrobras needs to pay off its debt. They will. That's fine. The rest is the same shambles we've had with Brazil for the past 2 decades. It won't get much better for the moment. I'm sure there's people way above my pay grade who can deal with it. I'm not going to, in relation to Ukraine, completely irrelevant. In relation to saving world peace, hardly relevant. Hardly relevant. It's much more important that we fix Argentina's disaster for the time being so that they don't implode. It's much more important that we support Colombia to actually make sure that they can save themselves. It's much more important that we pressurize Peru and Ecuador. It is significantly more important that Chile doesn't go off the bender. That's what's important. And when you support Colombia, you contain Venezuela. And that's what's it in South America for the moment. Does it all matter towards Ukraine? Barely. The only nation which, in regard to Ukraine, matters actually would technically be Chile, because they could, if they wanted to, send a good amount of Leopards, which they would like to exchange for the new Panthers from Rheinmetall. That's a deal which could be done. They don't have to fight anyone more, say, soon enough. There's absolutely no need for them to have such a large tank army at the moment. So they could actually sell them, and Ukraine should buy them, and the US should help them do that.
So
that's the most important thing in South America for the war. Everything else is irrelevant.
So let me, not to be a broken record, because I've said this on this space a couple times, but I think it's a reasonable postulate to say if Russia was estranged from India and China, it would be more of a marginal contribution than 50 Bradleys. That's my hypothesis.
Yeah, and I think that's completely and utterly wrong. I think it is helpful. It's complementary. What you're suggesting is complementary. But we know that we cannot win over India at this point in time at all. This is a long-term cultural shift which has to occur in India. They need to fight out a couple of battles amongst themselves, and you can't bribe India. So you don't. Therefore, let's leave it. China is already an adversary. You can't win them, so it's not worth paying for. And therefore, you don't do it. You contain them, both, in different ways. One, because it's an adversary. The other one, because it's a fence-sitter who likes to fight with us, because they want to do their own thing, which is completely fine. Leave them. We're not going to fight someone who still has a post-colonial, passive-aggressive behavior amongst their political elites for domestic purposes. It just makes no sense. Why would you fight them? Let them sort it out. Takes another generation. They'll get there. India has a smart culture of, rationalizing things. So they'll get there at some point in time. I have no doubt, but it won't matter in relation to Russia or Ukraine. The war in Ukraine will be won by Ukraine with our support. We need to support them more. We need to give them more. And yes, we need to fight Russia. Absolutely. Economically, no question. But we can't fight through India. No, we can fight through our own embargo. If the West declares a full embargo on Russia, that's it. We already took steps in that regard. The secondary impact, or the secondary sanction impact of the recent move on oil has already shown that it can work. The West just needs to do it. We don't do it. That's the problem. Please, Jörn.
Brilliant. First of all, Domen, congratulations with your emperorship. I am volunteering to lead the Praetorian Guards. And just like the Swedes, you can absolutely trust me. No worries there. Just go to sleep without any worries.
Just make sure to sew up your last buttonhole.
We'll get there. We'll get there. It's
Don't
not
worry,
the
Domen.
closest alligator to the boat, but it's probably the second closest.
Domen, you can try to affiliate yourself with the Norwegians. We'll come from the south and take you.
Well, we've learned, and we'll sink our heavy waters. I couldn't talk right then, but when you made the little word play about the heavy water sinking, I laughed out loud. Anyway, I what?
Continue, Jörn, please.
Yeah, I don't agree with Border Collie, although I think you have some valid points. But I think the most efficient way of solving this problem, I think you're maybe putting the horse and the carriage the wrong way, because the most efficient way of flipping the view of these countries is Ukraine absolutely battering Russia in this war and throwing them back across the border violently. And then you could send these countries' governments a lot of YouTube videos where you meticulously explain the correlation between fucking around and finding out. And I think that's the way to go. But I was actually wanting to talk about a slightly different topic, because I've been thinking a little bit since Domen made the excellent sum up about the situation of armored vehicles and perhaps tanks going to Ukraine. And yeah, the dam is broken, and this is excellent news. But I think the header is that the West has finally decided that Ukraine is going to really win. Because when Ukraine gets all of this stuff, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't stop them. They're not going to stop at the 2014 lines. They're going to take all of it. And Russia has no chance to stop them when they get Western armor. It's going to be over. Ukraine is going to win.
But it still needs main battle tanks. And so it's yet another round of this procrastination which needs to be dealt with.
Well, if they get more, I understand that they need main battle tanks, but they have a quite substantial fleet of tanks that aren't great, but it's better than the Russian tank fleet. And
it's a crap sandwich of a tank, what they have.
Yeah, okay. So if they have modern Bradleys and CV90s with them for a spring offensive, I think they're going to take Crimea. That's just me.
If they have the Leopards, yes. Without them, no.
Really, if the Russians ran out of tanks, you think they're still going to be able to stop them because the Ukrainians mainly have T-64s?
Jörn, let's park this for a second. James, Daryl, and then we'll go back to Jörn and talk about tank warfare. James? Okay, James, just take it by 3. 1, 2, 3. Then we put the cork back into the bottle, go to Daryl, then to Colby. Daryl.
All right. That whole argument about India, you know how you can win over India? Let Ukraine, at the end of this war, when Ukraine wins, with their skill and tech and savviness, when they start building their own tanks and start offering India tanks, we'll see how quickly India will switch. Let them start building helicopters or something to that effect. and offer them to India. See how that situation switches. They'll understand because they would have beat everything in India's arsenal.
Well, the interesting thing is that it's extremely likely that Rheinmetall's KF-51 will be built in Ukraine by Ukrainians.
Will they be able to export it out themselves, or will Rheinmetall be? Okay, there you go.
Local content, main manufacturing in Ukraine, joint venture. There's no issue.
There you go. They start they then let them start offering those to India. MI, whatever the other ones are that they've been buying from Russia. Let's see which one they keep.
Who in their right mind today would still buy a Russian tank? Colby.
Nobody sensible. There's very little purpose in buying any sort of higher order Russian military equipment, even if they could even produce it, which is dubious at this point. Ural Vagonzavod's been doing refurbishment. I don't think there's actually been any completely new builds coming off the production line. So very dubious that they'd even be able to deliver any new tanks to any foreign customers that would want to buy them. And I don't see why anybody would want to buy any things from storage. Certainly Russia's still going to have a very prominent position in the small arms market, but for anything more significant than that, they are really going to be losing a lot of business, I suspect.
Kobe, Ukraine built their own sniper rifles. They have their own small arms industry too. What I'm saying is they can beat Russia in its own game.
Yeah, potentially. They can potentially do that. I mean, I think that Russia is still going to have a lot of demand for their small arms, but I wouldn't limit it to just small arms. I think Ukraine is going to have a much more prominent place in the global arms market once they're able to rebuild their industry. There's going to be a lot of countries that are going to be interested in a lot of different things that Ukraine can potentially provide.
And already, isn't there some kind of negotiation or cooperation between Ukraine and India at this? I mean, Ukraine and Brazil at this time. Wasn't there something back a month ago or so where there was some agreement they made?
I know nothing about an agreement between Ukraine and Brazil.
Let me go back and figure out where I saw something, whether it was them or maybe it was somebody else in South America.
George.
Hey guys. So we're getting some good news. I know it's not main battle tanks. Sorry, Axel. Just have to wait. Maybe another couple of weeks. I don't know. Maybe Ramstein. When's the next Ramstein, Axel?
Good question.
Next week?
Next week? Next week or the week
Next
after?
or the week after. One of
Okay.
those. I'm sorry, I'm not
A
sure.
couple of weeks out. Maybe they'll surprise us some more. But yeah, when you're talking about some of these countries that were mentioned, China, India, Pakistan, Indonesia. Yeah, like we really care, and we shouldn't care about where they sit they have their own internal problems. Maybe that the first thing that they should worry about instead of the war in Ukraine is stop treating half their population as chattel. So and all that's all I'll say about that. I'm not about to take any moral advice from those four shitholes. But anyway, bottom line is Ukraine's industry is still going on, their armament industry. Maybe not on the scale, but they are producing 152 millimeter shells, are they not, Axel?
Sorry, I apologize. I was distracted for a second.
Yes.
Would you mind repeating that?
The Ukraine's arm industry is continuing to produce things, obviously at a smaller scale, but we've seen that they're producing their own 152 millimeter shells, right?
152 and 155s, both.
Both. And I did hear that there is two companies outside of Ukraine that are interested, and I think they're in some kind of negotiation right now with Ukraine. The ATG has surprised everybody, the Stugna. It's a very capable piece of kit, and actually was able to take down helicopters. So, they're going to be producing their own stuff as this war goes on. But when this war is over, I see them being a significant player in the arms market. Not only supplying their own military, but the militaries, other NATO militaries, and and militaries outside of Europe, because they've shown that they've developed certain weapons that did surprise people, including the Neptune missile, right? If we could only ask the sailors on the Moskva, but you'd have to go deep sea diving, Axel. Are you good at that?
Not at all. I can sail. Diving, I don't know.
I know someone who's great at diving. David Brookfield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, David. Good to hear you. See you on here.
Yeah, you too.
But we're getting reports. What, 40 Martyrs and about 50 Bradleys to start? Is that the numbers we're at?
Exactly.
All right. So we're looking at getting close to a mechanized brigade there, aren't we? If we combine them?
Yes.
Right.
But the mechanized brigade would need some proper main battle tanks, nevertheless, from my point of view.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just not worth it.
Yes. And Axel, how many main battle tanks would we need for a mechanized brigade of the NATO standard?
NATO standard? Well, you'd have to have 96.
Okay. So right now we're probably maybe a few more IFVs and about 96 main battle tanks from making a mechanized brigade of NATO standard. And remember, what did someone say? It's been said on this space several times that a NATO standard mechanized brigade would do what to the Russians?
Slice, dice, push, bury.
Exactly. So we're almost there. We're almost there. I was happy to see that the Germans are going to be supplying they're going to be supplying another Patriot battery. Is that what that's it?
Correct.
That's nice. So now we got two. Now, if we could only get somebody to send two Patriot batteries to Greece, so we can get all that kit from Greece into Ukraine, would it be even better, right?
George, I have quickly to interject. I don't think there was a number on the Patriot system. They just said they will send Patriot systems.
There is
one battery
in the White House in the joint press statement. There's a reference made to the US donating one in December, and that Germany would do the same now.
That's good. 2 Patriot batteries are better than what we had, a couple weeks ago, 0. So that's good. But like I said, we need 2 more Patriot batteries. And I'm not saying it because I'm Greek. I'm saying it's the bang for the buck, right? You're talking about 2 Patriot batteries to Greece, and you're going to get 84 Tor launchers with about 1,000 missiles. 34 S-300 launchers with 300 missiles that have ABM capabilities. Just think about it, folks. How much more robust would Ukraine's air defense become with all that stuff, including the Patriots and ASIMs, SAM-T, and everything else going on? That would be awesome.
All right, gents. Now we finally got James back up. I apologize, Colby, for letting you wait, but James has been struggling to get up. James.
Yeah, no, I wanted to comment earlier on what Jordan was saying about the Praetorian Guard. So, in this righteous euphoria that we're all experiencing over finally NATO weaponry that is being delivered to brave Ukrainians to defeat the Russians in the role that it was originally designed for. We kind of forget who's going to be operating these machines, right? This heavy metal needs someone to play it, and the valor, the bravery of the Ukrainian fighting man and woman has been. Every general you get on this space, Axel and Timon, have said the same thing, that if we could get a few thousand soldiers like this, then our armies would be revolutionized. I mean, it goes back 1,000 years. So back to what Jörn was saying, the original elite bodyguard of the Byzantine emperors were Ukrainians. The Norsemen who rode down those rivers from the Baltic were Kiev and Rus. They were the best fighting men 1,000 years ago. They still are. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Indeed. They are still where we are. Colby, please.
Okay, so the Pentagon had a press briefing this afternoon. Not a huge amount of news. They did confirm that the Bradleys will be announced in a aid package tomorrow, and they weren't going to provide many more details beyond that. They just said, wait and see. Tomorrow we'll have more information to share. Few other sort of tidbits. Abrams are still on the table, but I'm not holding my breath on those right now. Even getting the Bradleys is quite good, and honestly, it'd be better just to get more of those into theater quicker rather than trying to figure out Abrams. On top of that, I remain of the position that Leopards are a better option. But in any case, they're still on the table. On North Korean arms deliveries, they don't have anything further to share on this topic still beyond what was last stated by the NSC, which that they believe that these weapons are in theater with Wagner Group specifically, yet I haven't seen much information from the ground to indicate that's happening, but I guess we'll continue to wait and see if anything developed theirs, but they didn't have any more information to share about North Korean arms supplies to Russia. Most important or interesting thing that's developed this afternoon, or lately at least, on the topic of the U.S. aid. Earlier, Associated Press stated that this was going to be a $2.85 billion package, and we now have reporting from Politico with a different figure. They're saying that the top line is going to be $3.8 billion, of which 2.25 is going to be for Ukraine specifically, and I would assume that's going to be a mixture of both PDA and USAI. And then as well, there is going to be $682 million in foreign military financing available for Eastern European allies. And then there's a $870 million balance for unknown. So obviously a very significant sum of money being allocated, possibly one of the biggest. I'd have to go back and check all of them, but 3.8 billion is a lot to be announced all at once, and that $680 million in FMF funds is something that should absolutely not be overlooked, because that's the sort of thing that is potentially going to unlock more legacy Soviet systems that are still in Eastern Europe and not in European hands. And this is very important because Ukrainian military is, of course, still operating a lot of those legacy systems, and they still need more of them, and they need ammunition for them specifically as well, particularly air defense, particularly S-300 interceptors are very badly needed. So this FMF funding is something that's very good and very important to hopefully unlock some of those weapon systems and get them into theater immediately, because as fantastic news as it is to have now 2 Patriot batteries coming to Ukraine, those still have lead time, and S-300 interceptors or launchers have 0 lead time. You just have to transfer them, and Ukraine can use them right away pretty much. So it's very important for both of those streams to be ongoing, because the missiles are landing every day, and Ukraine continues to run out of things to shoot back with, particularly at ballistic missiles. So the potential for getting Greece's, for example, as George said, their PMU-1s is very, very important, because those do have a basic anti-ballistic missile capability. So hopefully we get some more information on that specifically tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions for the Pentagon. I don't know if they're going to have another briefing tomorrow or just release the list sometime tomorrow afternoon, but we will find out. So just wanted to share that information from the Pentagon this afternoon.
Colby, quick question. The support for other allies in Eastern Europe, could that be Moldova, or is it just NATO countries, you think?
Not limited to NATO countries is my understanding. I would have to go back and check the wording of the appropriations bills, but I don't believe that it is only limited to NATO countries.
Brilliant, thanks.
Yeah, Moldova does have, for example, a number of ZSU 23-4 Shilkas in service or in storage. Storage, actually, pretty sure they were retired. So those would be very useful for Ukraine for SHORAD. If those could be provided.
They could exchange them for a small Ukrainian exercise in Transnistria, live fire exercise.
Sounds great, John. Sounds great. Goldman, please.
So kind of an open-ended question to the team here. I'm not smart enough to answer this. There's clearly a policy shift happening, right? And I personally believe it's being led by the Americans. Where are the Brits in this? Americans don't do anything like this without being in lockstep with the Brits. No disrespect to the rest of Europe. What are they going to? I have faith that they're going to, these 3 things are kind of the jabs, and that the Brits are going to come in with a haymaker. What do they have to offer that would be the haymaker for this? I don't believe. I just don't believe that a policy shift like this, that I believe is led by America, would be going forward without being in lockstep with the Brits. Historically, it would never happen. This won't be the first time. So what is that haymaker that they would be announcing, relatively soon? That's just an open-ended question.
I mean, it would be a good question for David. I know,
Yeah,
David,
so
you don't have the experience in the last years, but please.
No. So what we do know is that the Brits have just hinted that we're going to be sending some heavy vehicles. What we also know is that we've just recently mothballed 50 Challenger 2s. So we hope that that's what they're talking about, which would be upping the ante quite a bit, as opposed to sending some some more IFVs. I think we all want some main battle tanks to be sent, don't we? So let's hope. I think there's a suggestion that they might be talking about this tomorrow, but one of our ministers was hinting at it earlier today.
My prediction is that there's a haymaker coming, and it's coming from our good friends in the Isles. So just
we hope and pray, right?
Yep. America doesn't go forward with this without the Brits. We just don't historically, right? We've always went in lockstep. So
yeah, I mean the the challengers. I mean, it would be the absolutely not only door opener, but the absolutely hooligan tool which opens the door for the Leopards. So yeah,
I'm looking for a haymaker. Thanks.
I think we need to wait maybe one or a few more weeks for the challenger, but yeah, like I said, we can
I am
wait.
sure there's a plan. I'm sure there's a plan. That's my only point. Right, so,
yeah,
okay.
I hope too, and I hope the Ukrainians are already training on the Leopards, because if there will be challengers, they have to be Leopards, because there's no excuse anymore for Olaf Scholz. But I have so many hands up. I think James was first, then Colby, then Jon, and then George.
I actually wasn't first, but I'm happy to go ahead and just briefly say, what a joy it is that we're talking about finally putting challengers up against the Ruski, and God, I haven't been so invigorated in a very long time. Look, going to your point, clearly this is Biden's initiative. He's going to take credit for the incremental escalation that's happening. This is very carefully calibrated by war gamers in the Pentagon, right? They said, look, if we're gonna, we're not going to do MBTs straight away. We're going to do IFVs, and it's going to be everyone. And Russia can spin. So I think we're going to wait a month, and then we'll see some heavy stuff. Thanks.
Yeah, hopefully even earlier. But yeah, like we said, we have the suspicions. Ukraine's already training on some kind of system, so hopefully it is like this. Colby, please.
Foreign Secretary Cleverly had stated that the United Kingdom may provide tanks. I suspect that it's more likely that we might see a number of British Warrior infantry fighting vehicles announced sometime in the near future.
I'll make a bet now, Colby, with you. I think the Brits will be the first ones to deliver tanks, and therefore cut the Gordian knot and outfox and outplay our friend Scholz.
Oh, I hope so.
I'm with you, Axel. I'm telling you, the haymaker is coming from the Brits. My money's on it.
And I'm not a betting person at all.
An investor, right?
In this instance, it is the only logical step. Bring the Challies and completely disarm Scholz.
I mean, he put on his his defense already. So we're already talking about martyrs being delivered, and we're talking about Leos. So the defense is down. Just bullseye a punch, really. All right, George. Oh, no. First Jon, then George. Excuse me. Betting war.
Yeah, just a shot in the dark. Has anyone ever heard anything about the T-84s that Ukraine sold to Thailand, 50 plus something? Has there been any effort to bring them back to Ukraine and backfilling Thailand with something else? That could make a bit of a splash, I think.
That won't happen.
Okay.
All right, George, finally, please.
Hey, no problem, Bionade. Bionade, just so everybody knows, we'll ask people to retweet the space. And do we have any guest speakers coming up?
Indeed, we have. Indeed, we have. Exit, please.
General Mick Ryan will be with us in 1 hour and 45 minutes.
That is excellent news. I'm sure he can chime in on this whole IFV news. And just for everybody's amusement, because I've always found him as a gentleman that always had a good sense of humor. Our friend Thomas Tyner, Axel, made a quick little thread about the story of the martyr and Schultz, and I put it in a nest for everyone to see. It's actually quite humorous and humorous, but on point, right? It took the French and the Americans to announce that they were going to send armored fighting vehicles to Ukraine to get Schultz to, come to the rescue, right? So hopefully, if the previous speaker, I'm sorry, I missed the name. I wasn't looking at my phone when you were speaking. I no disrespect, but your point was well taken. That if the British are to announce in the next coming weeks challengers, then I think then that dam on main battle tanks will open, and old Schultzy boy will again come to the rescue for Ukraine with Leopard 2s. But, yeah, thank you. So at exactly 6 p.m. Eastern time, General Mick Ryan will be on the space, Axel.
Yeah, 1 hour, 43 minutes by now.
That's very good. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll be up here. I'll be listening. And Axel, if you need to take that quick little break, let us know.
That'll be now. Thank you.
All right, George. You know your mission. Please talk for the next 30 minutes straight, and don't let it be boring, please.
Oh yes, thank you. Really quick. Yes, I'm just going to say to everyone, please retweet the space. There has been a glitch, and I'm going to let everyone know. There is. It's hard to find the Twitter space at the top of your feed like it used to be. I'm not seeing Maria Aid as a Twitter space up at the top of my feed. And when you go to Maria Aid's Twitter site, you know how when Maria Aid is active, and it's been active for 24 hours since February, you see the blue ring. It tells you that they're broadcasting on Twitter space. I don't even see that. But there is a link on Maria Aid that says "Start listening," and you can click on that.
It's George. It's MriyaReport.
MriyaReport. Excuse me, I said Aid. Oh, thank you. Oh my God. Anyway, yeah, that's what happens when you work 10 hours in the hospital. Anyway, so yes, MriyaReport. There's no blue ring around it, but there is a link there, and I've actually pinned the link to start listening on my page too. So if you have anybody's DMing you, any of your friends of yours that get on the space and are like, "Hey, what the heck happened? I can't see a link," and if their Twitter space button is missing, they can go to MriyaReport's page or my page and see that pinned link and click on there to start listening. James, I see your hand. I'm sorry, I lost the order, but I'm going to go really quick. And what I see, I'm going to see James C. and then Jorn. James, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hey, George.
Yes.
Hi, guys.
Hi, guys.
Okay, thank you for your service to Ukraine. So, I just walked out of a nightclub in Lviv where everyone is celebrating righteously for what's happening at the moment. So I think it's instructive, with Major General Ben Hodges coming on later on, to note
No,
that.
it's not Ben Hodges. It's Mick Ryan.
So excuse me, another of your generals, General Mick Ryan, Australian, coming on later on. A veritable staff that you have. I mean, it's instructive to note that every single one of the experienced staff level officers that you have on here are all, they're the most bullish of all of us about Ukraine's chance of winning this war. They said from the start, all of them, that based on their analysis, based on their assessment, knowing militaries like they do, Ukraine will win this if they're given the right equipment. And Nick Ryan will confirm this later. You know, with the Bradleys and the Marders and the Patriot systems being sent, you know, the guys who know what they're doing know that Ukraine will win. Thanks.
Thank you,
had
James.
a lot of background.
Yeah, I think he was
damage.
in the middle of a celebration. Let the man celebrate. They're celebrating martyrs, Bradley's. Oh my. Jorn, you're up next. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, and this was exactly my point. I think main battle tanks are coming. It's probably right that the Challenger are coming first, but my argument was that in an alternate universe where the Ukrainians were never delivered Western main battle tanks, I still think they would win. It's just going to take longer and take more Ukrainian lives. And with the Western IFVs, we've shortened that. And I'm no tank guy. I know boats much better than tanks, but I don't agree that the tanks that the Ukrainians have are totally worthless. They don't come anything close to a Western tank, granted. But with the situation on the Russian side, where they probably have more T-62s on the field now than T-90s, and quite soon probably more T-55s than T-90s, the Ukrainians have both better tanks, better trained crew, and are able to operate their tanks in conjunction with other forces. So although it's nothing close to a Western tank, it's not zero, it's not worthless. They can do offensive with them. It's just gonna take longer and cost them more than if we finally get them the Leos. And I think that'll happen.
That's absolutely correct. Björn, you have a little bit noise. Maybe your microphone is rubbing on your t-shirt or something like this, but just as an info. George, please continue.
No, Jorn, yeah, you are correct. I mean, we've seen T-90s lately go into theater, and we've also seen them lose their turrets like the rest of the Russian tanks. And like I've always said, and people I know argue with me, but T-90 is a T-72 with lipstick. You put the lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig, and it blows its top just like the rest of them. Maybe not as easy, but it still does the Olympic turret toss. But you are right. The Ukrainians do have tanks. Remember, they've gotten some modernized tanks too, modernized T-72s from the Czech Republic. They got the PT-91s from the Poles. And now that the Poles are getting Abrams and the K2s from Korea, maybe the rest, any other armor that Poland has, maybe they've already sent and we just don't even know about it. But you are right, main battle tanks from the West would make it easier and would save Ukrainian lives. Yes, it would. It would make the offensives easier. But we have hope now, a lot more than I did about a month ago. Even a couple of weeks ago, I was saying that I was pretty much convinced that it was going to take a miracle to get Schultz to do something. But that miracle happened. I mean, you guys were talking about leopards. We couldn't even get the martyrs in there, but looks like those are going 40 at first, but and 50 Bradleys, or approximately 50 Bradleys. But like I said, the United States does that 16%, and then the rest come later for whatever reason. So I think the 50 Bradleys are just the beginning of the tip of the iceberg. But I'm going to go to Doman because I see Doman has his hand up. Doman, please go ahead.
Hey George, I've got a question. I think you'll be pretty good for this question. Maybe Darrow is listening. He wants to come up for this. A listener is asking, why doesn't Ukraine advertise for a foreign legion mechanics brigade? Get a bunch of people who might have used to have been repairing various pieces of kit for years or decades in various Western militaries, and put them somewhere nice in central Western Ukraine, obviously nicely distributed, and spend a couple of months spinning wrenches. Wouldn't that be a very easy solution to uh, everything that everyone says about how maintenance and logistics for this menagerie of vehicles could be difficult? And as well as that, George, doesn't this kind of show that the worries and the concerns about maintenance are maybe a little bit overstated when it comes to a lot of these vehicles, seeing that Ukraine hasn't made a call out for exactly that sort of thing?
Doman, you just hit it out of the park. That last bit of your statement is exactly correct. So the first part of the question being, why don't they advertise, for people that have mechanical experience on these things and have let's say a logistical foreign legion, or quartermaster, I guess, foreign legion, whatever you want to call it, motor pool type guys. Here's the problem. Problem number one is, you'd have to vet these people, and that it would take time, right? You're talking about in the United States a DD-214, whatever, bringing it, and okay, what have you worked on? That's going to be harder to do, because a guy that was a mechanic, a light wheeled mechanic, might not know anything about armored vehicles, or which armored vehicle, how long ago were they there. That's a huge problem, because you don't want just every Tom, Dick, and Harry showing up like it did. We've heard from James Vasquez and from Malcolm Nance himself, who was a member of the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. In the beginning, they were getting all sorts of people, and it was problematic until they could, sift them through and see who actually belonged in Ukraine, and who is going to be more of a problem than an asset. And the same thing would happen here. But to your second part of the question is, or your premise is, maybe the Ukrainians really don't need the mechanics, and I will go there. I haven't seen. I grew up around mechanics, automotive. Engines are engines. Once they know the basics, these guys, pretty much really good mechanics, kind of like figure certain things out. The Ukrainians have been working on armor, repairing armor for a very long time. I don't see them having issues right now with any of the systems they have now. Remember, a lot of the Gepards are built on a Leopard 1 chassis. Everything is a Leopard 1 from the hull on down, right? Same tracks, same engines, pretty much, same drivetrain, transmissions, everything. It's all Leopard 1. So they have experience already on that. These guys, the Ukrainians, are really good at what they do. I don't think they're going to need mechanics. What would not surprise me, Doman, is if when we're talking about aircraft, when we get to, let's say, Western aircraft, whether it be at a Gripen, F-16, or something like that, that they quietly assemble a group of foreigners, and not announce it, and just put out feelers from maybe different companies and stuff like that, and source people from, let's say, the actual companies that built these planes, and get people that were retired, or at one time service personnel for the United States military, or whatever military these planes are coming from. I could see it as for the aviation, but for the mechanics right now, I don't think the Ukrainians need them. If they did, they would have called for it, right, Doman?
This was a yes from Doman. This was a big heart, George. Doman
Yes.
just sent you a big heart. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, yeah, like I said, if they, I look, the Ukrainians are a proud people, but they're not shy to ask for what they need. And if they needed something like that, I'm pretty sure they would have set it up. They needed people that could fight, and they set up the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. Because at that point they didn't know what to expect. The number of people that Russia was going to send, and they needed people to help them fight, and they asked for it, and they got it. And I think the same thing would happen with mechanics and maintenance. Jorn, I see your hand shot up again, sir.
Thanks, George. Yeah, sorry about my mic earlier. I was out training for Praetorian duty, just like my dad did in Byzantium. You mentioned that Ukraine has gotten some upgraded T-72s, and just even a simple difference is that the Ukrainian T-72s get to keep their night gear because they don't sell them at the black markets like the Russians do. And I think the best domestically produced Ukrainian tanks is probably better than the T-90M. But my question was, when we've seen other deliveries to Ukraine earlier, when the Bradleys are crossing the border now, don't you think that they've already had training on them? Isn't that tradition? Hasn't this probably been in the works for quite some time, so that they could put them to use quite fast?
Yeah, this is the only thing, and I hate to pump the brakes here, but that video that we saw, are you referencing the video that was from Poland that showed some sand-colored Bradleys moving on the train?
Yeah, I was hoping that was going all the way.
Yeah, I'm not sure of that because I don't know. No, we could be mistaken, but me and a couple of the other co-hosts that co-host here on MriyaReport were thinking that I'd find it kind of peculiar because that they would send something like that to Ukraine, sand colored. Sometimes those vehicles are going to American units that are stationed in Poland for training. Could they be headed to Ukraine? Yes, but I'm not going to say 100% that that's what's going on there. Could the United States have been using those vehicles to train Ukrainians in Poland? Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't see why not at all. And that would be par for the course. I mean, they're not going to exactly telegraph the Russians everything they're doing, right? So that is a possibility. But I saw that video, but we saw videos like that before earlier in the summertime, and none of that stuff that we saw in those videos eventually made it to Ukraine's. And they were just going to areas where there was U.S. soldiers stationed and doing exercises. So I'm going to keep. I'm just going to throw that up as a possibility, but I wouldn't put the house money on it.
George, I have a question for you. You're familiar with tanks and cannons and all these kind of things. So, the Marder has a 20 millimeter cannon. The French thing has a 105 millimeter cannon. Yeah, I mean it's a great piece. The Bradley has also a cannon. Sorry, I don't know out of my head. What kind of equipment can you engage with it? What kind of equipment can you surely kill with it? Maybe kill with it? And how do you expect the Ukrainian to use this kind of equipment?
Okay, so On the mortars and the Bradleys, the mortar has a 20 millimeter and the Bradley has a 25 millimeter, and they both have this very cool system. It's a double feed system. So what happens is you have belts going from the right and from the left into the gun, and the gunner who's firing this 20 millimeter or 25 millimeter auto cannon has a toggle, and they can switch from one belt to the other. Each belt fires a different round. So both the Bradleys and the mortars can fire armor piercing rounds, right? Obviously one's a little smaller than the other, and they can both fire high explosive rounds, which are like pretty much like almost like a mini grenade, right? It whatever it hits on the impact, it explodes. So against open infantry or soft skin vehicles, your trenches, yes, open troops and trenches, yes, you're turning everything into something that comes from Switzerland and includes cow's milk. So you have that, and those guns are used primarily against soft targets, infantry. So what does a mortar and a Bradley do? A mortar can move to a point and discharge its cargo, which is soldiers, right? Two Bradleys, two mortars. Have a squad and a half between the two vehicles. Several vehicles can discharge a platoon, which is about 32 to 40 men. And those guns will keep the enemy's head down. They can fire continuously, take different shots, and with their high explosive rounds, keep the enemy from trying to hit your infantry as they're coming out of your vehicle. If all of a sudden there's a BMP or some kind of vehicle arrives on the scene, then the gunner can quickly switch to armor piercing rounds, and both the 20 millimeter and the 25 millimeter guns on the mortar and the Bradley can go through BMP 1s and BMP 2s and BMP 3s at closer ranges, right? The other thing is they also have their anti-tank guided missiles, ATGMs. The mortar has 1 Milan. It can fly out there and take out a tank if need be, if one were to arrive on the scene. The other thing is the Bradley has 2 tow missiles, and like I've said before, they can go out to about 4.5 kilometers and take out a T-72, and we saw them do that in Desert Storm. So it's been tried and tested and proven in combat. So that's what these vehicles can do. They can hold their own for a short time against tanks, but they can move infantry into spaces where you need the infantry to be. They can also take out the enemy's infantry, the enemy BMPs and things of that nature. The Bradley's 25 millimeter definitely goes right through them. So that's why they're great. You get a breakthrough. You can move now your infantry at speed behind the enemy. You can discharge. You can have anti-tank teams inside the mortars and the Bradleys, and you can drop them off, and stop. Let's say the Russians trying to stop your breakthrough or start to attempt a counterattack. But I'm going above and beyond that's what we would expect from a enemy that knows how to fight. We're talking about Mobics and things of that nature. They're going to see these things and just start running. There's no way that the Russians are going to be able to organize a counterattack from people that have been training for like less than a month. That's just not going to happen. Daryl, I see your hand up. I know you requested. Sorry, you were kind of stuck there, and then I finally brought you up. Go ahead, sir.
Don't worry about it, George. You covered a lot of the stuff with that bringing in the teams into Ukraine. Here's the thing: Ukraine has already stated, there's not going to be any contractors, or that was the feeling that we got. There are going to be no contractors. And you know, a lot of folks, believe it or not, they go for the money. A lot of them went to Saudi and Iraq and Afghanistan for the money. Um, then it'll be very hard to get folks in somewhere like that without the money. That's just plain and simple. Being honest, that's what it will take. Um, the other part of it is in Romania. Don't they already have a maintenance facility that they're building or bringing up online somewhere? That they already got something such as that? Although it's in a third country, it is something being done to that effect there. Uh, Thirdly, with the paint, we were talking about the paint last night. This morning, earlier today, Axel asked me about the paint. How long would it take to paint? And I am assuming that he was beating on somewhere that these things were getting offloaded, going through a paint booth, and being going to be headed to Ukraine. So I don't think the desert cami thing is such a big thing when somebody's already thinking about the paint jobs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, and we've seen these Ukrainian guys paint things. I mean, I'm just blown away at the paint jobs they put on these vehicles. I just saw the paint jobs they put on these pickup trucks is absolutely insane.
But you know, that paint job is a little bit different than that heat absorbing paint that the tanks and everything else have on it. That
Yeah,
paint is that paint is very particular, and because it has certain properties to it that allow them either not reflect heat or radar or something. It's something about that paint that it's dangerous to paint with it, but it is something in that paint that helps protect the vehicles either from some kind of signature. So that's the one thing. So you would not really want to put just some other paint on top of that, because you would actually take away that ability.
yeah. So it would have to be the right paint, and that's why when I saw those vehicles on that train, and I was like, okay, maybe they're going to Ukraine, maybe they're not. But yeah, sometimes just because there's a video spotted there, we just have to hope for the best, and you know,
But here's the thing: you wouldn't need that many people to go into Ukraine. One, they like you said, they have a very smart workforce. All you would need is an advisor to come in and if they're having a problem trying to figure something out, have somebody that's very familiar with the equipment come in and let them know, no, you need to do this and this, because it may just be something electronic that's causing the issue, because we know the electronics have taken over a lot of maintenance issues. So that's the one thing. You wouldn't need a big team, just a couple of people, advisors, to really come in and do that kind of work, because I believe they can handle anything else. And once they learn, you can cut them loose, because they'll be turning too.
yeah, you're exactly right, Daryl. I mean, and there are maintenance facilities that have been set up on the periphery of Ukraine. We know there's ones in Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and like you said, probably Romania. So the maintenance isn't the big issue. I think we could let the Ukrainians worry about that. Get them the things they need to fight with, and they'll figure out the maintenance.
Hell yeah, boy. Hell yeah. It was something else that came up that you were talking about with the rounds. We know that they have on 25 Mike, they got the HE and they have the armor piercer. So that HE round ain't nothing to play with. When you start talking about bunkers and things of that nature. Because it will really top off one of those damn pillboxes. If it can go through steel, concrete won't be an issue in some cases.
Oh yeah, and the funny the crazy part is that you could toggle through at will. You know, you can mix and
That's right.
match.
It's nothing but that's right. It's nothing but a thumb switch. And, you know, you just all you have is
Daryl?
Sorry, Daryl, you're breaking up. You're in a tunnel or between mountains.
Yeah, Daryl. You're,
Yeah,
you're starting to sound like someone broke.
Oh, okay. Ain't no mountains
You're
in
starting.
Florida, but anyway.
No, you're better now. For a minute there, you were starting to sound like a guy trying to learn to play a harmonica.
Oh, okay. It must have been swapping towers on me. I'm riding up 95.
Oh man, I've made that trip plenty of times. Yeesh.
Oh, geez. So, guys, I just read something, and I have questions. So, the main and the secondary gun of the Marder, you can vertically get them up to 65 degrees and down to minus 70.5 degrees. And also, they talk about targets in the air.
Wait a minute. How far down? What was the negative?
17.5 degrees.
That's pretty damn good.
17.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
pretty damn good. You can be in defilade and still be able to shoot over the hump.
Yep. Yeah. Well, you know, you want to have the depression because you want to be able to engage infantry in trenches, right?
Yeah, you can click trenches out with this.
Yeah. The elevation that elevation because they wanted it to be able to engage. Remember this was designed the 60s 70s. Wanted it to be able to engage what we thought was going to be masses of Soviet helicopters in the skies.
Indeed.
You want to be able to engage those exactly.
Exactly. And I see here helicopters up to 2,000 meters, so 2 kilometers, and airplanes up to 1,200 kilometers, so 1.2 kilometers for airplanes, which are a little bit faster, and up to 2,000 meters, 2 kilometers for helicopters. God damn, that's pretty cool.
What's vertical? What's its max
Yeah, it's
elevation?
vertical. It's vertical.
No, I'm saying what's its max vertical?
65 degrees. 65 degrees.
Okay, 65 degrees. All right.
Yes. So in the near future, if we see one of those KA-52s get shot down by a martyr, we shouldn't be too surprised, right?
Nope, but I think the biggest threat is going to be the drones. You know, if they can, that's the biggest fear right now. Even with all the equipment that we're sending, drones are still going to be the biggest threat. And having the something that's similar in the um, in the listen to the Gepard in the way it fires will be very important even for small teams. Not necessarily having a Gepard, but something with the same capabilities, being able to fire almost vertical upward to
Yeah, you're losing you again, Daryl. you're you're like in a dead space.
This is the swampland.
Yes, yes, yes. We do have a couple of questions from a listener. So I'm going to tackle those, and then I'll go to Sean. So questions were, what vital role would a main battle tank fill that Bradleys do not? Questions being, is it because it's more frontal armor? So let's take that first part. Main battle tanks, right? Not only do they have a lot more armor, they have a lot bigger gun. They can fire high explosive shells. They can engage the other tanks one-on-one. They don't really necessarily have to leave the battle space when tanks arrive. So the other thing is, because they can fire high explosive shells, they can take out strong points directly. So it's almost like having, direct artillery fire support right there, right then and there for your infantry. The other thing is, main battle tanks can smash defensive lines. They can blast away obstacles. There are bridge layer tanks that can come and gap an obstacle, like their little Wagner line. You could just drop a bridge over that crap, and 60 meter wide bridge, or whatever you have, 60 feet bridge, and then the tanks come rolling over it. So the tank is what you would use to cause a breakthrough. Tanks are good in defensive positions. They can break up an enemy attack, because they can drop high explosives and take out the enemy's tanks as they come in through. So main battle tanks, Western main battle tanks, would definitely save lives for the Ukrainians because of their survivability. They'd have an enhanced survivability and enhanced firepower, and their optics, like I've said hundreds of times here, people that are frequent listeners, because their optics, they can spot targets at night, at dusk, early in the morning, even during the day, and they can call out fire artillery support too. Because let's say we're talking about something that's maybe 5-6 kilometers away, then you can ask for, if you have a battalion or brigade artillery pieces, 155s, you can ask for fire support, and they can help you reduce that strong point into like nothing, and you can move on in your attack. So that's how main battle tanks are different, obviously, than an infantry fighting vehicle, because they can lob that big shell that makes a nice big fat boom. Bear with me here. The other question was, what attack aircraft might the UK or others provide Ukraine? In other words, to complement the ground forces. This gets a little tricky, because to have attack aircraft, you need to be able to pretty much fly in an airspace where you're not going to eat an S-300 or a Buk missile, in your engine. And that would have to be precipitated with a little bit more suppression of enemy air defense. So what you call SEAD. You would have to have the ability to take out more of Russia's forward anti-air capabilities. How do you do that? With HARMS missiles and more modern aircraft that can play the role of SEAD easier, with more modern standoff weapons, obviously including the HARM. And then once you can control the airspace a little bit more, or at least take out more of the anti-air threat, or push it back, then you can use attack aircraft, something like maybe Super Toscanos or A-10s, on the forward edge of the battle space, but you have to be able to push back the Russian air defenses. So that way you don't put your pilots at risk. It's not the machine, it's the pilot, right? Machines are replaceable. Experienced pilots are not. It's harder to replace an experienced pilot than it is a machine.
Absolutely, it absolutely is. So we're getting a couple of speakers up, but I think George gave us a really nice rundown what you can do with this vehicles. And George, would you say Russia is fucked now, or are they a little bit more fucked than before?
Well, they're they're screwed, blued, and tattooed, as we would say, because they're probably now really starting to sweat it. Somewhere in the Kremlin, someone's really starting to sweat because they know that this is just the tip of the iceberg. They know what we know, that the United States sends a package, introductory package. Here's your introductory package. Remember HIMARS, 4 HIMARS, everybody was losing their mind. Oh my God, this is horrible. Only 4, blah, blah, blah. And now there's over 20, whatever there is in there. Same thing with the
With the
M777.
German Mars systems, everything. I mean, this is often overlooked. It has almost the same capabilities, and there were weapons delivered. Absolutely. But George, me as a former firefighter, we have the term Brechstange in German, yeah, where you open a door with. But the British and the Americans use the hooligan tool, and it sounds very much nicer, very much cooler. What is the missing? Is it already the hooligan tool for the Leopard? What is missing? What do you think?
Who? Like, what is missing? Keeping the Leopards from going in there?
No, I mean, the Marder's is a door opener because it's a Schützenpanzer in a way. But what's really missing? So that you say, all right, we have a main battle tank here, because the French thing, I mean, it's a French tank. It's not a main battle tank. It's a French tank. Do we need to take the step-by-step escalation a little bit further, or would you say the Marder's enough to say, hey, Olaf, now let's start with the Leopard 1, or let's the Leopard just give it as an extra, as a bonus on top, as an Ovolus, and just give them the Leopards 2 already.
I don't know. I would say that being that it's Schultz on the other end, I think it's gonna take somebody sending a tank. Maybe, I don't know. We don't know what these conversations. We know that there's a Ramstein coming up in a couple of weeks. Hey, they might surprise us. Maybe this finally pushed the door off fully, like wide open. I don't know. It is Olaf Schultz, so nothing would surprise us. But I think that we're obviously headed in the right direction. Is the next step going to be Leopard 2s? Obviously, that's what it seems it's going to be. When? We don't know. Does the UK have to send Challenger tanks to make Schultz send Leopard 2s? I would say probably. I don't think Leopard 2s are going to go in there by themselves unless another Western ally says they're going to send tanks.
So basically, Ryan always, in the last couple of days, Ryan mentioned he would be open to take a Leopard 2 tank from Germany. I think in Sachsen is a battalion or something like this of Leopard 2 tanks. I don't know. Axel is listening. He's not interrupting me. I think I'm correct. All right. So the shortest way, Ryan, is to go to Sachsen, take a Leopard, and maybe, I don't know how many, maybe 500 to $1,000 for the diesel you need, and yeah, go directly into Ukraine through Poland. I don't think the Polish will mind if you say, "Hey, I'm an American. Just let me go through green zone down to Ukraine." Yeah, I think the Polish people would be happy too.
Well, I'm just going to say this: I don't care where if they came from the dark side of the moon, we'll just be happy when they get there. So, you know, the problem is that and like I said, I put the Tyner's thread on there, and it's comical but on to the point. You know, he had to be pushed to send the martyrs.
George, I just built the meme a while ago. A while ago means a few hours ago, because the Americans are sending Bradley, and this disappointed guy from the Pakistan cricket games. Yeah, all right, they're coming up with cricket again.
I saw it.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, it's and I mean it's perfectly, yeah. So everyone is sending Bradley and infantry fighting vehicles and everything. So Scholz is standing there. Now, do I have to send them too? Yeah, you have, obviously, because in Germany we call it Schützenpanzer, and we have more Schützenpanzer. We have even the Puma. Imagine this, George. I mean, come on, please, Olaf.
Yeah, I mean, Germany and the United States have more to spare, so that I don't think these 40 and 50 are going to be the final say. But Phil's been waiting, so I'm going to let Phil go. Phil, you got a question there?
Yes, please, Phil.
Hey, George. You're sorry. I've been trying. I couldn't get on the Maria Report. This is a weird day for my Twitter Spaces to not have the Maria Report space up on the top. I just thought that was interesting. But I had a question when you were talking about the helicopters. I don't know if you discussed already the first package that was announced by support by Germany this morning, the conversion of unguided rockets to guided rockets. And I was just wondering, and I guess they're supposed to be like the poor man's Hellfire missiles, and they're supposed to be fired from helicopters. And I was wondering, can they be used on the Mi helicopters that Ukraine has, or are these supposed to be used on like Western helicopters, or how how are the Ukrainians going to use these helicopter rockets on the on the kit that they already have in store in Ukraine? And thank you.
So yeah, so what you're talking about is Germany sent 20 systems, and what they for pickup trucks was it pickup? I think it's just a garbled translation. We're finding out that some people that are working as translators maybe shouldn't be working as translators. But but anyway, so what the system is it's taking the old Hydra rockets, right? That we had, the 70mm rockets. We've been using them. We use them in Vietnam and stuff like that. You see them from the rocket pods. They fire one after the other, and they're unguided. You kind of point them in the right direction, and hopefully they hit the target.
No, George, but they are guided.
No, I know. I'm just talking about what the Hydra rockets were, the old ones. Now we have what's called the APKWS rocket, which is the guided version of the Hydra rocket. And what Germany sent is there's these pods. There's 4 rockets in a pod. You can easily reload them like you do the old Hydra rockets. And what it is they're precision guided. They go out to about maybe 5 kilometers. And what you do is you have a laser designator, and the rocket hits where you have lased the target. So it's precision guided and falls right where you're aiming. There's the systems that are going to be mounted on, let's say, a Humvee, a pickup truck, or something like that. It gives the infantry precision fire, right, to take out certain things. Now, there is another system that uses that same 4-rocket pod that has been developed by an American company, and that system is called Vampire. That system uses a radar, and that system uses the guided rockets to take out drones. And last thing I heard is those were already announced in a package months ago, but they're supposed to be coming into Ukraine in March, and those will be great because with those, with the radar, day or night, you can take out drones, including those stupid Shahed, motorized Vespas with
Thanks,
wings.
George.
Josh, I just wanted to make a suggestion because Germany already bought, I don't know how many systems, but for the KSK they bought multiple systems from Fletcher Defense. So this will be most likely Germany is most likely delivering the older Hydra rockets, but I think the US is delivering the newer Vampire rockets, which you said were already announced and will be
No,
delivered too.
okay, just to clarify, the Fletcher system uses those precision guided rockets. That's what it was.
Oh, really?
Yes. So Germany,
The Vampire
all
rockets.
of them. Yes, and there's multiple companies that produce these guided Hydra rockets. I'm going to call them that for short. BAE Systems is another company. The Fletcher system, the system that the Germans are sending to Ukraine, has a capability to use any one. Doesn't matter what the manufacturer is. That's the good thing about it.
Yeah, I read this. Amazing.
Yes, so it can use any one of those, any type. It doesn't matter who's manufacturing them. This system can use them. And like I said, and that pod, that 4-rocket pod, can be taken off the vehicle and put on like a tripod and used independently, of the vehicle. But usually they're mounted on vehicles and they can move around. Someone gives it the target, it fires, blows it up, and these rockets are used mostly against lightly armored, light-skinned vehicles, certain kind of strong points like that. But there are
Can you kill a tank with it? And the range is
No,
5.5 kilometers.
I don't think so. Can you kill all the Russian Mobics that are riding on top of the tank? Yes.
I mean, that's important. I mean, it's not important for the Russians because we know they don't follow the doctrine and the basically principle of saying, all right, there's a tank and there's infantry clearing buildings and protecting the tank or whatever the infantry does, but it's needed and the Russians are just send this tank in. So yeah, maybe it's good to clear out the infantry. We see they use them sometimes as kind of a taxi. Yeah, but at least if you're sitting in an old tank, George, and there's a big boom, and sometimes the metal gets brittle, you will have a little bit of a shaking, maybe hitting your head on sometimes some things. Would you reconsider to say, all right, got hit by a rocket, maybe not the best way I took, let's withdraw and go another way?
Well, if you're talking about inexperienced troops, yeah, the first time something hits the side of the tank, it's going to be what they call code brown, and yeah, they're
so wrapped up. So
they're
basically,
built to fight
ripping
it,
out
but they go
tracks,
away
it's
quickly.
enough.
Yeah. So Sean, I've seen you've been waiting there,
Hey,
and I saw you try to cycle
George,
down.
just let me interject. I think we've been running for 2 days. This space. How long has it been running? This current iteration.
Maybe 2 days.
Okay.
Why?
I can't see. I'm getting a lot of messages, and I just checked right now. It's actually not broadcasting off the main account, so I don't see a join space as a purple ring around the avatar of the space. So I'm just concerned that we might have connection problems for when General McRyan comes up. I'm wondering if our
I've seen that too.
right. So I couldn't actually find the space. I had to. Normally, I click on the Maria report, and I got about 15 messages in the DM saying, "Hey, I can't find you guys." I usually click join space, and it's not there. I don't know if it.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so I'm not sure if they took away that feature, but I just want to keep people aware.
No, it's
No, they didn't.
Twitter,
It's a bug.
Yehuda. It's Twitter
Yeah.
because you also can find the space above in the Twitter.
Yeah, I'm getting that too from people. Okay, it could be because we've just been running the space for 48 hours plus. I think IT specialists in the background, if you could hear the sound of my voice, please make a call whether we're going to close the space and reopen it, just to make sure we get maximum coverage for General Ryan. Looking at you, Axel, and the team behind there, and Ghost, and all you cool cats.
We can do that. If you want, we can do a restart in 4 minutes.
Yeah, all right. So would you be so kind, all the listeners? It looks like we're here. You found us, but it looks like a lot of people haven't found us, and we're at about 5:20. Listeners, let's plan for a restart. Get fresh, get low. It's a song. Get low. Anyway, and let's go ahead and try that, just because I want to make sure that we can have it. A lot of messages came in that we're not being found, and they're having difficulty joining in. So. Sorry to interrupt you, George. I don't know if you want to grab Carlos and all that jazz.
No, go ahead. Thank you. Yeah, because I've been saying that since earlier today. This morning I could see the ring around Maria Report, but I don't see it anymore. So yeah, Twitter's been glitchy. But I'm gonna go. I see Carlos's hand is up. Carlos, go ahead, really quick.
Hey guys, real quick. I want to finish out the APKWS conversation real quick. So the real good way to think about this is that APKWS, which is the BAE system, is what makes the Hydra rocket a precision guided, right? So we're just marrying up that company with the Hydra rocket to make it a precision guided weapon, which is laser guided. The Vampire is the launching system that you talked about, right? With the targeting pod, basically, which is cool. And there's other companies like Lockheed Martin makes a direct attack guided rocket, which is Dagger. So the one we care about is APKWS because it's again these strap-on things that you put onto the Hydra, which now makes it a precision guided munition, just like JDAM is a kit that goes onto a dumb bomb. So it's just marrying up that company's acquisition onto a dumb thing and making it into a precision guided munition. And that's just kind of the way I think about it. And the only other thing I'll add real quick before we do this restart is to take those same rockets and put them onto an aircraft, because I know the gentleman had mentioned the helicopter. What they would need to do is put a LAU on there, an LAU, a launch unit, basically the same ones that they use on any of our fixed wing aircraft, right? So whether they're on H-60s or the AH-64s, for example, they would just take that LAU, put it onto a helicopter, and put some kind of pickle button inside the helicopter. That's it.
Quick announcement: if you can't find the space after the restart, please seek one of us, one of the space, and there will be a link to the space. So,
And if not, just go to MriyaReport.org. The link is really much up there in the title, MriyaReport.org, and there will be a link to our space. You can search the Maria Report account. You can search me. You can search George. If you haven't done it, just follow George. Just follow Carlos. Just follow Yehuda, Axel, Mr. M, and all the people which are regularly on here on the space, because we are a great community. Speaking truth power, like Yehuda says, and also we are supporting MriyaAid.org. So if you have a couple of bucks, you say, all right, I want to do good things for the new year, I can get this off of my taxes, because it's actually an organization which is tax conducting, able to be tax conducted in the US and in Canada, if you remember correctly. It's a 100% volunteer operation, no overhead cost, no people which are working there getting any money. We and they are doing it all volunteers. So please, we're going to restart the space and then we will be back. Thank you very much.
All right, you have 30 seconds to say your prayers or
Do
sing.
we have a countdown, Bionade?
You can do a very nice sing-along for Always Look on the Bright Side of Life if you like.
Amen.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly sing out a song which is called Putin Korva la.
Did we do a time hack? Because I didn't get one.
next time you will have.
And with that, happy people, we shall end it.
It's the final countdown.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.